Chapter 11 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. As ever ye saw the rain down fall, or yet the arrow from the bow, so our Scots lads fell even down, and they lay slain on every knowe. Old Ballad. Ere Morton or Burleigh had reached the post to be defended, the enemy had commenced an attack upon it with great spirit. The 2 regiments of foot guards, formed into a close column, rushed forward to the river. One corps, deploying along the right bank, commenced a galling fire on the defenders of the pass, while the other pressed on to occupy the bridge. The insurgents sustained the attack with great constancy and courage, and while part of their number returned the fire across the river, the rest maintained a discharge of musketry upon the further end of the bridge itself, and every avenue by which the soldiers endeavoured to approach it. The latter suffered severely, but still gained ground, and the head of their column was already upon the bridge when the arrival of Morton changed the scene, and his marksmen, commencing upon the pass a fire as well aimed as it was sustained and regular, compelled the assailants to retire with much loss. They were a second time brought up to the charge, and a second time repulsed with still greater loss, as Burleigh had now brought his party into action. The fire was continued with the utmost vehemence on both sides, and the issue of the action seemed very dubious. Monmouth, mounted on a superb white charger, might be discovered on the top of the right bank of the river, urging, entreating, and animating the exertions of his soldiers. By his orders, the cannon, which had hitherto been employed in annoying the distant main body of the Presbyterians, were now turned upon the defenders of the bridge. But these tremendous engines, being wrought much more slowly than in modern times, did not produce the effect of annoying or terrifying the enemy to the extent proposed. The insurgents, sheltered by copsewood along the bank of the river, or stationed in the houses already mentioned, fought under cover, while the royalists, owing to the precautions of Morton, were entirely exposed. The defence was so protracted and obstinate that the royal generals began to fear it might be ultimately successful. While Monmouth threw himself from his horse, and rallying the foot guards brought them on to another close and desperate attack, he was warmly seconded by Dalzell, who, putting himself at the head of a body of Lennox Highlanders, rushed forward with their tremendous war-cry of Loch Sloy. The ammunition of the defenders of the bridge began to fail at this important crisis. Messages commanding and imploring succours and supplies were in vain dispatched, one after the other, to the main body of the Presbyterian army, which remained inactively drawn up on the open fields in the rear. Fear, consternation, and misrule had gone abroad among them, and while the post on which their safety depended required to be instantly and powerfully reinforced, there remained none either to command or to obey. As the fire of the defenders of the bridge began to slacken, that of the assailants increased, and in its turn became more fatal. Animated by the example and exhortations of their generals, they obtained a footing upon the bridge itself, and began to remove the obstacles by which it was blockaded. The portal gate was broke open, the beams, trunks of trees, and other materials of the barricade pulled down and thrown into the river. This was not accomplished without opposition. Morton and Burleigh fought to the very front of their followers, and encouraged them with their pikes halberds, and partisans to encounter the bayonets of the guards and the broadswords of the Highlanders, but those behind the leaders began to shrink from the unequal combat, and fly singly or in parties of 2 or 3 towards the main body, until the remainder were, by the mere weight of the hostile column, as much as by their weapons, fairly forced from the bridge. The passage now being open, the enemy began to pour over, but the bridge was long and narrow, which rendered the manoeuvre slow as well as dangerous, and those who were first passed had still to force the houses, from the windows of which the Covenanters continued to fire. Burleigh and Morton were near each other at this critical moment. "There is yet time," said the former, "to bring down horse to attack them ere they can get into order, and with the aid of God we may thus regain the bridge. Hasten thou to bring them down, while I make the defence good with this old and wearied body." Morton saw the importance of the advice, and throwing himself on the horse which Cuddy held in readiness for him behind the thicket, galloped towards a body of cavalry which chanced to be composed entirely of Cameronians. Ere he could speak his errand or utter his orders, he was saluted by the execrations of the whole body. "He flies," they exclaimed. "The cowardly traitor flies like a hart from the hunters, and hath left valiant Burleigh in the midst of the slaughter." "I do not fly," said Morton. "I come to lead you to the attack. Advance boldly, and we shall yet do well." "Follow him not! Follow him not!" Such were the tumultuous exclamations which resounded from the ranks. "He hath sold you to the sword of the enemy." And while Morton argued, entreated, and commanded in vain, the moment was lost in which the advance might have been useful, and the outlet from the bridge, with all its defences, being in complete possession of the enemy, Burleigh and his remaining followers were driven back upon the main body, to whom the spectacle of their hurried and harassed retreat was far from restoring the confidence which they had so much wanted. In the meanwhile, the forces of the king crossed the bridge at their leisure, and securing the pass, formed in line of battle, while Claverhouse, who, like a hawk perched on a rock, and eyeing the time to pounce on its prey, had watched the event of the action from the opposite bank, now passed the bridge at the head of his cavalry at full trot, and leading them in squadrons through the intervals and round the flanks of the royal infantry, formed them in line on the moor, and led them to the charge, advancing in front with one large body, while other 2 divisions threatened the flanks of the Covenanters. Their devoted army was now in that situation when the slightest demonstration towards an attack was certain to inspire panic. Their broken spirits and disheartened courage were unable to endure the charge of the cavalry, attended with all its terrible accompaniments of sight and sound, the rush of the horses at full speed, the shaking of the earth under their feet, the glancing of the swords, the waving of the plumes, and the fierce shouts of the cavaliers. The front ranks hardly attempted one ill-directed and disorderly fire, and their rear were broken and flying in confusion ere the charge had been completed, and in less than 5 minutes the horsemen were mixed with them, cutting and hewing without mercy. The voice of Claverhouse was heard, even above the din of conflict, exclaiming to his soldiers, "Kill, kill, no quarter, think on Richard Graham." The dragoons, many of whom had shared the disgrace of Loudon Hill, required no exhortations to vengeance, as easy as it was complete. Their swords drank deep of slaughter among the unresisting fugitives. Screams for quarter were only answered by the shouts with which the pursuers accompanied their blows. and the whole field presented one general scene of confused slaughter, flight, and pursuit. About 1,200 of the insurgents, who remained in a body a little apart from the rest, and out of the line of the charge of cavalry, threw down their arms and surrendered at discretion upon the approach of the Duke of Monmouth at the head of the infantry. That mild-tempered nobleman instantly allowed them the quarter which they prayed for, and galloping about through the field, exerted himself as much to stop the slaughter as he had done to obtain the victory. While busied in this humane task, he met with General Dalzell, who was encouraging the fierce Highlanders and royal volunteers to show their zeal for king and country by quenching the flame of the rebellion with the blood of the rebels. "Sheath your sword, I command you, General," exclaimed the Duke, "and sound the retreat. Enough of blood has been shed. Give quarter to the King's misguided subjects." "I obey your grace," said the old man, wiping his bloody sword and returning it to the scabbard. "But I warn you, at the same time, that enough has not been done to intimidate these desperate rebels. Has not your grace heard that Basil Oliphant has collected several gentlemen and men of substance in the west, and is in the act of marching to join them?" "Basil Oliphant," said the Duke. "Who or what is he?" "The next male heir to the last Earl of Torwood. He is disaffected to government from his claim to the estate being set aside in favour of Lady Margaret Bellenden, and I suppose the hope of getting the inheritance has set him in motion." "Be his motives what they will," replied Monmouth, "he must soon disperse his followers, for this army is too much broken to rally again. Therefore, once more, I command that the pursuit be stopped." "It is your Grace's province to command, and to be responsible for your commands," answered Dalzell, as he gave reluctant orders for checking the pursuit. But the fiery and vindictive Graham was already far out of hearing of the signal of retreat, and continued with his cavalry an unwearied and bloody pursuit, breaking, dispersing, and cutting to pieces all the insurgents whom they could come up with. Burleigh and Morton were both hurried off the field by the confused tide of fugitives. They made some attempt to defend the streets of the town of Hamilton, but while labouring to induce the flyers to face about and stand to their weapons, Burleigh received a bullet which broke his sword arm. "May the hand be withered that shot the shot," he exclaimed, as the sword which he was waving over his head fell powerless to his side. "I can fight no longer." Then, turning his horse's head, he retreated out of the confusion. Morton also now saw that the continuing his unavailing efforts to rally the flyers could only end in his own death or captivity, and followed by the faithful Cuddy, he extracted himself from the press, and being well mounted, leaped his horse over one or two enclosures, and got into the open country. From the first hill which they gained in their flight, they looked back, and beheld the whole country covered with their fugitive companions, and with the pursuing dragoons, whose wild shouts and halloo, as they did execution on the groups whom they overtook, mingled with the groans and screams of their victims, rose shrilly up the hill. "It is impossible they can ever make head again," said Morton. "The head's taken off them, as clean as I would bite it off a sibbo," rejoined Cuddy. "Eh, Lord, see how the broadswords are flashing. War's a fearsome thing. They'll be cunning that catches me at this work again. But for God's sake, sir, let us make for some strength." Morton saw the necessity of following the advice of his trusty squire. They resumed a rapid pace, and continued it without intermission, directing their course towards the wild and mountainous country, where they thought it likely some part of the fugitives might draw together for the sake either of making defense or of obtaining terms. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. They require of heaven the hearts of lions, breath of tigers, yea, and the fierceness too. Fletcher. Evening had fallen, and for the last 2 hours they had seen none of their ill-fated companions, when Morton and his faithful attendant gained the moorland and approached a large and solitary farmhouse situated in the entrance of a wild glen, far remote from any other habitation. "Our horses," said Morton, "will carry us no farther without rest or food, and we must try to obtain them here, if possible." So speaking, he led the way to the house. The place had every appearance of being inhabited. There was smoke issuing from the chimney in a considerable volume, and the marks of recent hoofs were visible around the door. They could even hear the murmuring of human voices within the house. But all the lower windows were closely secured, and when they knocked at the door no answer was returned. After vainly calling and entreating admittance, they withdrew to the stable or shed in order to accommodate their horses ere they used farther means of gaining admission. In this place they found 10 or 12 horses, whose state of fatigue, as well as the military yet disordered appearance of their saddles and accoutrements, plainly indicated that their owners were fugitive insurgents in their own circumstances. "This meeting bodes luck," said Cuddy, "and they have wealth of beef, that's one thing certain, for here's a raw hide that has been about the hurdies of a stot not half an hour since. It's warm yet." Encouraged by these appearances, they returned again to the house, and announcing themselves as men in the same predicament with the inmates, clamoured loudly for admittance. "Whoever ye be," answered a stern voice from the window, after a long and obdurate silence, "disturb not those who mourn for the desolation and captivity of the land, and search out the causes of wrath and of defection, that the stumbling blocks may be removed over which we have stumbled." "They are wild western Whigs," said Cuddy, in a whisper to his master. "I ken by their language. Fiend have me if I like to venture on them." Morton, however, again called to the party within, and insisted on admittance; but finding his entreaties still disregarded, he opened one of the lower windows, and pushing asunder the shutters, which were but slightly secured, stepped into the large kitchen from which the voice had issued. Cuddy followed him, muttering betwixt his teeth, as he put his head within the window, that he hoped there was no scalding brose on the fire; and master and servant both found themselves in the company of 10 or 12 armed men, seated around the fire on which refreshments were preparing, and busied apparently in their devotions. In the gloomy countenances illuminated by the firelight, Morton had no difficulty in recognizing several of those zealots who had most distinguished themselves by their intemperate opposition to all moderate measures, together with their noted pastor, the fanatical Ephraim MacBriar, and the maniac Habakkuk Mucklewrath. The Cameronians neither stirred tongue nor hand to welcome their brethren in misfortune, but continued to listen to the low murmured exercise of MacBriar, as he prayed that the Almighty would lift up his hand from his people, and not make an end in the day of his anger. That they were conscious of the presence of the intruders only appeared from the sullen and indignant glances which they shot at them from time to time as their eyes encountered. Morton, finding into what unfriendly society he had unwittingly intruded, began to think of retreating, but on turning his head observed with some alarm that two strong men had silently placed themselves beside the window through which they had entered. One of these ominous sentinels whispered to Cuddy, "Son of that precious woman, Maz Hedrig, do not cast thy lot farther with this child of treachery and perdition. Pass on thy way, and tarry not, for the avenger of blood is behind thee." With this he pointed to the window, out of which Cuddy jumped without hesitation, for the intimation he had received plainly implied the personal danger he would otherwise incur. "Winnocks are no lucky with me," was his first reflection when he was in the open air. His next was upon the probable fate of his master. "They'll kill him, the murdering loons, and think they're doing a good turn. But I's take the back road for Hamilton, and see if I canna get some of our own folk to bring help in time of necessity." So saying, Cuddy hastened to the stable, and taking the best horse he could find, instead of his own tired animal, he galloped off in the direction he proposed. The noise of his horse's tread alarmed for an instant the devotion of the fanatics. As it died in the distance, Macbriar brought his exercise to a conclusion, and his audience raised themselves from the stooping posture and lowering downward look with which they had listened to it, and all fixed their eyes sternly on Henry Morton. "You bend strange countenances on me, gentlemen," said he, addressing them. "I am totally ignorant in what manner I have deserved them." "Out upon thee! Out upon thee!" exclaimed Mucklewrath, starting up. "The word that thou hast spurned shall become a rock to crush and to bruise thee. The spear which thou wouldst have broken shall pierce thy side. We have prayed and wrestled and petitioned for an offering to atone the sins of the congregation, and lo, the very head of the offence is delivered into our hand. He hath burst in like a thief through the window. He is a ram caught in the thicket, whose blood shall be a drink offering to redeem vengeance from the church, and the place shall from henceforth be called Jehovah Jireh, for the sacrifice is provided. Up then, and bind the victim with cords to the horns of the altar." There was a movement among the party, and deeply did Morton regret at that moment the incautious haste with which he had ventured into their company. He was armed only with his sword, for he had left his pistols at the bow of his saddle, and as the Whigs were all provided with firearms, there was little or no chance of escaping from them by resistance. The interposition, however, of Macbriar protected him for the moment. "Tarry yet a while, brethren. Let us not use the sword rashly, lest the load of innocent blood lie heavy on us. Come," he said, addressing himself to Morton, "we will reckon with thee ere we avenge the cause thou hast betrayed. Hast thou not," he continued, "made thy face as hard as flint against the truth in all the assemblies of the host?" "He has, he has," murmured the deep voices of the assistants. "He hath ever urged peace with the malignants," said one, "and pleaded for the dark and dismal guilt of the indulgence," said another. "And would have surrendered the host into the hands of Monmouth," echoed a third, "and was the first to desert the honest and manly Burleigh, while he yet resisted at the pass. I saw him on the moor, with his horse bloody with spurring, long ere the firing had ceased at the bridge." "Gentlemen," said Morton, "if you mean to bear me down by clamour, and take my life without hearing me, it is perhaps a thing in your power, but you will sin before God and man by the commission of such a murder." "I say, hear the youth," said Macbriar, "for heaven knows our bowels have yearned for him that he might be brought to see the truth, and exert his gifts in its defence, but he is blinded by his carnal knowledge, and has spurned the light when it blazed before him." Silence being obtained, Morton proceeded to assert the good faith which he had displayed in the treaty with Monmouth, and the active part he had borne in the subsequent action. "I may not, gentlemen," he said, "be fully able to go the lengths you desire in assigning to those of my own religion the means of tyrannizing over others, but none shall go farther in asserting our own lawful freedom, and I must needs aver that had others been of my mind in council, or disposed to stand by my side in battle, we should this evening, instead of being a defeated and discordant remnant, have sheathed our weapons in an useful and honourable peace, or brandished them triumphantly after a decisive victory." "He hath spoken the word," said one of the assembly. "He hath avowed his carnal self-seeking and Erastianism. Let him die the death." "Peace yet again," said Macbriar, "for I will try him further. Was it not by thy means that the malignant Evandale twice escaped from death and captivity? Was it not through thee that Miles Bellenden and his garrison of cutthroats were saved from the edge of the sword? I am proud to say that you have spoken the truth in both instances," replied Morton. "Lo, you see," said Macbriar, "again hath his mouth spoken it. And didst thou not do this for the sake of a Midianitish woman, one of the spawn of prelacy, a toy with which the arch enemy's trap is baited? Didst thou not do all this for the sake of Edith Bellenden?" "You are incapable," answered Morton boldly, "of appreciating my feelings towards that young lady; but all that I have done I would have done had she never existed." "Thou art a hardy rebel to the truth," said another dark-browed man; "and didst thou not so act, that, by conveying away the aged woman, Margaret Bellenden, and her granddaughter, thou mightest thwart the wise and godly project of John Balfour of Burleigh for bringing forth to battle Basil Oliphant, who had agreed to take the field if he were ensured possession of these women's worldly endowments?" "I never heard of such a scheme," said Morton, "and therefore I could not thwart it. But does your religion permit you to take such uncreditable and immoral modes of recruiting?" "Peace," said Macbriar, somewhat disconcerted. "It is not for thee to instruct tender professors, or to construe covenant obligations. For the rest, you have acknowledged enough of sin and sorrowful defection to draw down defeat on a host, were it as numerous as the sands on the sea-shore; and it is our judgment that we are not free to let you pass from us safe and in life, since Providence hath given you into our hands at the moment that we prayed with godly Joshua, saying, 'What shall we say when Israel turneth their backs before their enemies?' Then camest thou, delivered to us as it were by lot, that thou mightest sustain the punishment of one that hath wrought folly in Israel. Therefore, mark my words, this is the Sabbath, and our hand shall not be on thee to spill thy blood upon this day, but when the 12th hour shall strike, it is a token that thy time on earth hath run. Wherefore improve thy span, for it flitteth fast away. Seize on the prisoner, brethren, and take his weapon." The command was so unexpectedly given, and so suddenly executed by those of the party who had gradually closed behind and around Morton, that he was overpowered, disarmed, and a horse girth passed round his arms before he could offer any effectual resistance. When this was accomplished, a dead and stern silence took place. The fanatics ranged themselves around a large oaken table, placing Morton amongst them, bound and helpless, in such a manner as to be opposite to the clock, which was to strike his knell. Food was placed before them, of which they offered their intended victim a share, but it will readily be believed he had little appetite. When this was removed, the party resumed their devotions. Macbriar, whose fierce zeal did not perhaps exclude some feelings of doubt and compunction, began to expostulate in prayer, as if to wring from the Deity a signal that the bloody sacrifice they proposed was an acceptable service. The eyes and ears of his hearers were anxiously strained, as if to gain some sight or sound which might be converted or wrested into a type of approbation, and ever and anon dark looks were turned on the dial plate of the timepiece to watch its progress towards the moment of execution. Morton's eye frequently took the same course, with the sad reflection that there appeared no possibility of his life being expanded beyond the narrow segment which the index had yet to travel on the circle until it arrived at the fatal hour. Faith in his religion, with a constant unyielding principle of honor, and the sense of conscious innocence, enabled him to pass through this dreadful interval with less agitation than he himself could have expected, had the situation been prophesied to him. Yet there was a want of that eager and animating sense of right which supported him in similar circumstances when in the power of Claverhouse. Then he was conscious that amid the spectators were many who were lamenting his condition, and some who applauded his conduct. But now, among these pale-eyed and ferocious zealots, whose hardened brows were soon to be bent, not merely with indifference, but with triumph, upon his execution, without a friend to speak a kindly word, or give a look either of sympathy or encouragement, awaiting till the sword destined to slay him crept out of the scabbard gradually, and as it were by straw breaths, and condemned to drink the bitterness of death drop by drop, it is no wonder that his feelings were less composed than they had been on any former occasion of danger. His destined executioners, as he gazed around them, seemed to alter their forms and features, like spectres in a feverish dream. Their figures became larger, and their faces more disturbed, and as an excited imagination predominated over the realities which his eyes received, he could have thought himself surrounded rather by a band of demons than of human beings. The walls seemed to drop with blood, and the light tick of the clock thrilled on his ear with such loud, painful distinctness, as if each sound were the prick of a bodkin inflicted on the naked nerve of the organ. It was with pain that he felt his mind wavering, while on the brink between this and the future world. He made a strong effort to compose himself to devotional exercises, and unequal during that fearful strife of nature to arrange his own thoughts into suitable expressions, he had instinctively recourse to the petition for deliverance and for composure of spirit which is to be found in the Book of Common Prayer of the Church of England. Macbriar, whose family were of that persuasion, instantly recognized the words which the unfortunate prisoner pronounced half aloud. "There lacked but this," he said, his pale cheek kindling with resentment, "to root out my carnal reluctance to see his blood spilt. He is a preludist who has sought the camp under the disguise of an Erastian, and all, and more than all, that has been said of him must needs be verity. His blood be on his head, the deceiver. Let him go down to Tophet, with the ill-mumbled mass, which he calls a prayer-book, in his right hand. I take up my song against him, exclaimed the maniac, as the sun went back on the dial 10 degrees for intimating the recovery of holy Hezekiah. So it now go forward, that the wicked may be taken away from among the people, and the covenant established in its purity. He sprang to a chair with an attitude of frenzy, in order to anticipate the fatal moment by putting the index forward, and several of the party began to make ready their slaughter weapons for immediate execution, when Mucklewrath's hand was arrested by one of his companions. "Hist," he said, "I hear a distant noise." "It is the rushing of the brook over the pebbles," said one. "It is the sough of the wind among the bracken," said another. "It is the galloping of horse," said Morton to himself, his sense of hearing rendered acute by the dreadful situation in which he stood. "God grant they may come as my deliverers." The noise approached rapidly, and became more and more distinct. "It is horse," cried MacBriar. "Look out, and descry who they are." "The enemy are upon us," cried one who had opened the window in obedience to his order. A thick trampling and loud voices were heard immediately round the house. Some rose to resist, and some to escape. The doors and windows were forced at once, and the red coats of the troopers appeared in the apartment. "Have at the bloody rebels! Remember Cornet Graham!" was shouted on every side. The lights were struck down, but the dubious glare of the fire enabled them to continue the fray. Several pistol shots were fired. The Whig who stood next to Morton received a shot as he was rising, stumbled against the prisoner, whom he bore down with his weight, and lay stretched above him a dying man. This accident probably saved Morton from the damage he might otherwise have received in so close a struggle, where firearms were discharged and sword blows given for upwards of 5 minutes. "Is the prisoner safe?" exclaimed the well-known voice of Claverhouse. "Look about for him, and dispatch the Whig dog who is groaning there." Both orders were executed. The groans of the wounded man were silenced by a thrust with a rapier, and Morton, disencumbered of his weight, was speedily raised, and in the arms of the faithful Cuddy, who blubbered for joy when he found that the blood with which his master was covered had not flowed from his own veins. A whisper in Morton's ear, while his trusty follower relieved him from his bonds, explained the secret of the very timely appearance of the soldiers. "I fell into Claverhouse's party when I was seeking for some of our own folk to help ye out of the hands of the Whigs. So, being atwin the devil and the deep sea, I even thought it best to bring him on with me, for he'll be wearied with felling folk the night, and the morn's a new day, and Lord Evandale owes ye a day in harst, and Monmouth gives quarter, the dragoons tell me, for the asking. So hold up your heart, and I's warrant we'll do all well enough yet." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Sound, sound the clarion, fill the fife, to all the sensual world proclaim, one crowded hour of glorious life is worth an age without a name. Anonymous. When the desperate affray had ceased, Claverhouse commanded his soldiers to remove the dead bodies, to refresh themselves and their horses, and prepare for passing the night at the farmhouse, and for marching early in the ensuing morning. He then turned his attention to Morton, and there was politeness and even kindness in the manner in which he addressed him. "You would have saved yourself risk from both sides, Mr. Morton, if you had honored my counsel yesterday morning with some attention. But I respect your motives. You are a prisoner of war at the disposal of the King and Council, but you shall be treated with no incivility, and I will be satisfied with your parole that you will not attempt an escape." When Morton had passed his word to that effect, Claverhouse bowed civilly, and turning away from him, called for his sergeant major. "How many prisoners, Halliday, and how many killed?" "3 killed in the house, sir, 2 cut down in the court, and 1 in the garden, 6 in all, 4 prisoners." "Armed or unarmed?" said Claverhouse. "3 of them armed to the teeth," answered Halliday. "1 without arms. He seems to be a preacher." "Ay, the trumpeter to the long-eared rout, I suppose," replied Claverhouse, glancing slightly round upon his victims. "I will talk with him to-morrow. Take the other 3 down to the yard, draw out 2 files, and fire upon them. And do ye hear, make a memorandum in the orderly book of 3 rebels taken in arms and shot, with the date and name of the place, Drumshinnel, I think they call it. Look after the preacher till to-morrow, as he was not armed. He must undergo a short examination. Or better, perhaps, take him before the Privy Council. I think they should relieve me of a share of this disgusting drudgery. Let Mr. Morton be civilly used, and see that the men look well after their horses, and let my groom wash Wild Blood's shoulder with some vinegar. The saddle has touched him a little." All these various orders for life and death, the securing of his prisoners, and the washing of his charger's shoulder, were given in the same unmoved and equable voice, of which no accent or tone intimated that the speaker considered one direction as of more importance than another. The Cameronians, so lately about to be the willing agents of a bloody execution, were now themselves to undergo it. They seemed prepared alike for either extremity, nor did any of them show the least sign of fear when ordered to leave the room for the purpose of meeting instant death. Their severe enthusiasm sustained them in that dreadful moment, and they departed with a firm look and in silence, excepting that one of them, as he left the apartment, looked Claverhouse full in the face, and pronounced, with a stern and steady voice, "Mischief shall haunt the violent man," to which Graham only answered by a smile of contempt. They had no sooner left the room than Claverhouse applied himself to some food, which 1 or 2 of his party had hastily provided, and invited Morton to follow his example, observing it had been a busy day for them both. Morton declined eating, for the sudden change of circumstances, the transition from the verge of the grave to a prospect of life, had occasioned a dizzy revulsion in his whole system. But the same confused sensation was accompanied by a burning thirst, and he expressed his wish to drink. "I will pledge you with all my heart," said Claverhouse, "for here is a black jack full of ale, and good it must be, if there be good in the country, for the Whigs never miss to find it out. My service to you, Mr. Morton," he said, filling 1 horn of ale for himself, and handing another to his prisoner. Morton raised it to his head, and was just about to drink, when the discharge of carabines beneath the window followed by a deep and hollow groan, repeated twice or thrice, and more faint at each interval, announced the fate of the 3 men who had just left them. Morton shuddered, and set down the untasted cup. "You are but young in these matters, Mr. Morton," said Claverhouse, after he had very composedly finished his draught, "and I do not think the worse of you as a young soldier for appearing to feel them acutely, but habit, duty, and necessity reconcile men to everything." "I trust," said Morton, "they will never reconcile me to such scenes as these." "You would hardly believe," said Claverhouse in reply, "that in the beginning of my military career I had as much aversion to seeing blood spilt as ever man felt. It seemed to me to be wrung from my own heart. And yet, if you trust one of those Whig fellows, he will tell you I drink a warm cup of it every morning before I breakfast. But in truth, Mr. Morton, why should we care so much for death, light upon us or around us whenever it may? Men die daily. Not a bell tolls the hour but it is the death note of some one or other. And why hesitate to shorten the span of others, or take over anxious care to prolong our own? It is all a lottery. When the hour of midnight came, you were to die. It has struck. You are alive and safe, and the lot has fallen on those fellows who were to murder you. It is not the expiring pang that is worth thinking of in an event that must happen one day, and may befall us on any given moment. It is the memory which the soldier leaves behind him, like the long train of light that follows the sunken sun. That is all which is worth caring for, which distinguishes the death of the brave or the ignoble. When I think of death, Mr. Morton, as a thing worth thinking of, it is in the hope of pressing one day some well-fought and hard-won field of battle, and dying with the shout of victory in my ear. That would be worth dying for, and more, it would be worth having lived for. At the moment when Graham delivered these sentiments, his eye glancing with the martial enthusiasm which formed such a prominent feature in his character, a gory figure, which seemed to rise out of the floor of the apartment, stood upright before him, and presented the wild person and hideous features of the maniac so often mentioned. His face, where it was not covered with blood streaks, was ghastly pale, for the hand of death was on him. He bent upon Claverhouse eyes, in which the grey light of insanity still twinkled, though just about to flit for ever, and exclaimed, with his usual wildness of ejaculation, "Wilt thou trust in thy bow, and in thy spear, in thy steed, and in thy banner? And shall not God visit thee for innocent blood? Wilt thou glory in thy wisdom, and in thy courage, and in thy might, and shall not the Lord judge thee? Behold, the princes, for whom thou hast sold thy soul to the destroyer, shall be removed from their place, and banished to other lands, and their names shall be a desolation, and an astonishment, and a hissing, and a curse. And thou, who hast partaken of the wine-cup of fury, and hast been drunken and mad because thereof, the wish of thy heart shall be granted to thy loss, and the hope of thine own pride shall destroy thee. I summon thee, John Graham, to appear before the tribunal of God, to answer for this innocent blood, and the seas besides which thou hast shed." He drew his right hand across his bleeding face, and held it up to heaven as he uttered these words, which he spoke very loud, and then added more faintly, "How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge the blood of thy saints?" As he uttered the last word, he fell backwards without an attempt to save himself, and was a dead man ere his head touched the floor. Morton was much shocked at this extraordinary scene, and the prophecy of the dying man, which tallied so strangely with the wish which Claverhouse had just expressed, and he often thought of it afterwards when that wish seemed to be accomplished. Two of the dragoons who were in the apartment, hardened as they were, and accustomed to such scenes, showed great consternation at the sudden apparition, the event, and the words which preceded it. Claverhouse alone was unmoved. At the first instant of Mucklerat's appearance, he had put his hand to his pistol, but on seeing the situation of the wounded wretch, he immediately withdrew it, and listened with great composure to his dying exclamation. When he dropped, Claverhouse asked, in an unconcerned tone of voice, "How came the fellow here? Speak, you staring fool," he added, addressing the nearest dragoon, "unless you would have me think you such a poltroon as to fear a dying man." The dragoon crossed himself, and replied with a faltering voice, that the dead fellow had escaped their notice when they removed the other bodies, as he chanced to have fallen where a cloak or two had been flung aside and covered him. "Take him away now, then, you gaping idiot, and see that he does not bite you, to put an old proverb to shame. This is a new incident, Mr. Morton, that dead men should rise and push us from our stools. I must see that my blackguards grind their swords sharper. They used not to do their work so slovenly, but we have had a busy day. They are tired, and their blades blunted with their bloody work, and I suppose you, Mr. Morton, as well as I, are well disposed for a few hours' repose." So saying, he yawned, and taking a candle which a soldier had placed ready, saluted Morton courteously, and walked to the apartment which had been prepared for him. Morton was also accommodated for the evening with a separate room. Being left alone, his first occupation was the returning thanks to Heaven for redeeming him from danger, even through the instrumentality of those who seemed his most dangerous enemies. He also prayed sincerely for the divine assistance in guiding his course through times which held out so many dangers and so many errors, and having thus poured out his spirit in prayer before the great being who gave it, he betook himself to the repose which he so much required. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The charge is prepared, the lawyers are met, the judges all ranged, a terrible show. Beggar's Opera. So deep was the slumber which succeeded the agitation and embarrassment of the preceding day, that Morton hardly knew where he was, when it was broken by the tramp of horses, the hoarse voice of men, and the wild sound of the trumpets blowing the reveille. The sergeant major immediately afterwards came to summon him, which he did in a very respectful manner, saying the general, for Claverhouse now held that rank, hoped for the pleasure of his company upon the road. In some situations an intimation is a command, and Morton considered that the present occasion was one of these. He waited upon Claverhouse as speedily as he could, found his own horse saddled for his use, and Cuddy in attendance. Both were deprived of their firearms, though they seemed otherwise rather to make part of the troop than of the prisoners, and Morton was permitted to retain his sword, the wearing which was, in those days, the distinguishing mark of a gentleman. Claverhouse seemed also to take pleasure in riding beside him, in conversing with him, and in confounding his ideas when he attempted to appreciate his real character. The gentleness and urbanity of that officer's general manners, the high and chivalrous sentiments of military devotion which he occasionally expressed, his deep and accurate insight into the human bosom, demanded at once the approbation and the wonder of those who conversed with him, while on the other hand his cold indifference to military violence and cruelty seemed altogether inconsistent with the social and even admirable qualities which he displayed. Morton could not help, in his heart, contrasting him with Balfour of Burleigh, and so deeply did the idea impress him that he dropped a hint of it as they rode together at some distance from the troop. "You are right," said Claverhouse, with a smile. "You are very right. We are both fanatics. But there is some distinction between the fanaticism of honour and that of dark and sullen superstition. Yet you both shed blood without mercy or remorse," said Morton, who could not suppress his feelings. "Surely," said Claverhouse, with the same composure, "but of what kind? There is a difference, I trust, between the blood of learned and reverend prelates and scholars, of gallant soldiers and noble gentlemen, and the red puddle that stagnates in the veins of psalm-singing mechanics, crack-brained demagogues, and sullen boors. Some distinction, in short, between spilling a flask of generous wine and dashing down a can full of base muddy ale." "Your distinction is too nice for my comprehension," replied Morton. "God gives every spark of life, that of the peasant as well as of the prince, and those who destroy his work recklessly or causelessly must answer in either case. What right, for example, have I to General Graham's protection now, more than when I first met him?" "And narrowly escaped the consequences, you would say," answered Claverhouse. "Why, I will answer you frankly. Then I thought I had to do with the son of an old round-headed rebel, and the nephew of a sordid Presbyterian laird. Now I know your points better, and there is that about you which I respect in an enemy as much as I like in a friend. I have learned a good deal concerning you since our first meeting, and I trust that you have found that my construction of the information has not been unfavourable to you." "But yet," said Morton. "But yet," interrupted Graham, taking up the word, "you would say you were the same when I first met you that you are now? True. But then how could I know that? Though, by the by, even my reluctance to suspend your execution may show you how high your abilities stood in my estimation." "Do you expect, General," said Morton, "that I ought to be particularly grateful for such a mark of your esteem?" "Poh, poh! You are critical," returned Claverhouse. "I tell you I thought you a different sort of person. Did you ever read Froissart?" "No," was Morton's answer. "I have half a mind," said Claverhouse, "to contrive you should have 6 months' imprisonment in order to procure you that pleasure. His chapters inspire me with more enthusiasm than even poetry itself. And the noble canon, with what true chivalrous feeling he confines his beautiful expressions of sorrow to the death of the gallant and high-bred knight, of whom it was a pity to see the fall, such was his loyalty to his king, pure faith to his religion, hardihood towards his enemy, and fidelity to his lady love. Ah, benedicite! How he will mourn over the fall of such a pearl of knighthood, be it on the side he happens to favour or on the other. But truly, for sweeping from the face of the earth some few hundreds of villain churls who are born but to plough it, the high-born and inquisitive historian has marvellous little sympathy, as little or less, perhaps, than John Graham of Claverhouse. "There is one ploughman in your possession, General, for whom," said Morton, "in spite of the contempt in which you hold a profession which some philosophers have considered as useful as that of a soldier, I would humbly request your favour." "You mean," said Claverhouse, looking at a memorandum book, "one Hederick, or Hedrig, ay, Cuthbert, or Cutty Hedrig. Here I have him. Oh, never fear him, if he will be but tractable. The ladies of Tillytudlem made interest with me on his account some time ago. He is to marry their waiting maid, I think. He will be allowed to slip off easy, unless his obstinacy spoils his good fortune." "He has no ambition to be a martyr, I believe," said Morton. "'Tis the better for him," said Claverhouse. "But besides, although the fellow had more to answer for, I should stand his friend, for the sake of the blundering gallantry which threw him into the midst of our ranks last night, when seeking assistance for you. I never desert any man who trusts me with such implicit confidence. But to deal sincerely with you, he has been long in our eye. Here, Halliday, bring me up the black book." The sergeant, having committed to his commander this ominous record of the disaffected, which was arranged in alphabetical order, Claverhouse, turning over the leaves as he wrote on, began to read names as they occurred. Gumblegumption, a minister, aged 50, indulged, close, sly, and so forth. Pooh, pooh, I have him here, Heathercat, outlawed, a preacher, a zealous Cameronian, keeps a conventicle among the Campsie hills. Tush! Oh, here is Hedrig, Cuthbert, his mother a bitter Puritan, himself a simple fellow, like to be forward in action, but of no genius for plots, more for the hand than the head, and might be drawn to the right side, but for his attachment to— Here Claverhouse looked at Morton, and then shut the book and changed his tone. "Faithful and true are words never thrown away upon me, Mr. Morton. You may depend on the young man's safety." "Does it not revolt a mind like yours," said Morton, "to follow a system which is to be supported by such minute enquiries after obscure individuals?" "You do not suppose we take the trouble," said the General haughtily. "The curates, for their own sakes, willingly collect all these materials for their own regulation in each parish. They know best the black sheep of the flock. I have had your picture for 3 years." "Indeed," replied Morton. "Will you favour me by imparting it?" "Willingly," said Claverhouse. "It can signify little, for you cannot avenge yourself on the curate, as you will probably leave Scotland for some time." This was spoken in an indifferent tone. Morton felt an involuntary shudder at hearing words which implied a banishment from his native land. But ere he answered, Claverhouse proceeded to read, Henry Morton, son of Silas Morton, Colonel of Horse for the Scottish Parliament, nephew and apparent heir of Morton of Milnwood, imperfectly educated, but with spirit beyond his years, excellent at all exercises, indifferent to forms of religion, but seems to incline to the Presbyterian, has high flown and dangerous notions about liberty of thought and speech, and hovers between a latitudinarian and an enthusiast, much admired and followed by the youth of his own age, modest, quiet, and unassuming in manner, but in his heart peculiarly bold and intractable. He is— Here follow 3 red crosses, Mr. Morton, which signify triply dangerous. You see how important a person you are. But what does this fellow want? A horseman rode up as he spoke, and gave a letter. Claverhouse glanced it over, laughed scornfully, bade him to tell his master to send his prisoners to Edinburgh, for there was no answer, and as the man turned back, said contemptuously to Morton, "Here is an ally of yours deserted from you, or rather, I should say, an ally of your good friend Burleigh. Hear how he sets forth. Dear sir, I wonder when we were such intimates. May it please your Excellency to accept my humble congratulations on the victory. Blessed his Majesty's army. I pray you to understand, I have my people under arms to take and intercept all fugitives, and have already several prisoners, and so forth. Subscribed Basil Oliphant. You know the fellow by name, I suppose." "A relative of Lady Margaret Bellenden," replied Morton, "is he not?" "Ay," replied Graham, "and heir male of her father's family, though a distant one, and moreover a suitor to the fair Edith, though discarded as an unworthy one, but above all a devoted admirer of the estate of Tillietudlem and all thereunto belonging." "He takes an ill mode of recommending himself," said Morton, suppressing his feelings, "to the family at Tillietudlem, by corresponding with our unhappy party." "Oh, this precious Basil will turn cat in pan with any man," replied Claverhouse. "He was displeased with the government because they would not overturn in his favour a settlement of the late Earl of Torwood, by which his lordship gave his own estate to his own daughter. He was displeased with Lady Margaret because she avowed no desire for his alliance, and with the pretty Edith because she did not like his tall ungainly person. So he held a close correspondence with Burleigh, and raised his followers with the purpose of helping him, providing always he needed no help, that is, if you had beat us yesterday, and now the rascal pretends he was all the while proposing the king's service, and for aught I know, the council will receive his pretext for current coin, for he knows how to make friends among them, and a dozen scores of poor vagabond fanatics will be shot or hanged, while this cunning scoundrel lies hid under the double cloak of loyalty, well lined with the fox fur of hypocrisy. With conversation on this and other matters, they beguiled the way, Claverhouse all the while speaking with great frankness to Morton, and treating him rather as a friend and companion than as a prisoner, so that, however uncertain of his fate, the hours he passed in the company of this remarkable man were so much lightened by the varied play of his imagination and the depth of his knowledge of human nature, that since the period of his becoming a prisoner of war, which relieved him at once from the cares of his doubtful and dangerous station among the insurgents, and from the consequences of their suspicious resentment, his hours flowed on less anxiously than at any time since his having commenced actor in public life. He was now, with respect to his fortune, like a rider who has flung his reins on the horse's neck, and while he abandoned himself to circumstances, was at least relieved from the task of attempting to direct them. In this mood he journeyed on, the number of his companions being continually augmented by detached parties of horse, who came in from every quarter of the country, bringing with them, for the most part, the unfortunate persons who had fallen into their power. At length they approached Edinburgh. "Our council," said Claverhouse, "being resolved, I suppose, to testify by their present exultation the extent of their former terror, have decreed a kind of triumphal entry to us victors and our captives. But as I do not quite approve the taste of it, I am willing to avoid my own part in the show, and at the same time to save you from yours." So saying, he gave up the command of the forces to Allen, now a lieutenant colonel, and turning his horse into a by-lane, rode into the city privately, accompanied by Morton and 2 or 3 servants. When Claverhouse arrived at the quarters which he usually occupied in the Canongate, he assigned to his prisoner a small apartment, with an intimation that his parole confined him to it for the present. After about a quarter of an hour spent in solitary musing on the strange vicissitudes of his late life, the attention of Morton was summoned to the window by a great noise in the street beneath. Trumpets, drums, and kettle-drums contended in noise with the shouts of a numerous rabble, and apprised him that the royal cavalry were passing in the triumphal attitude which Claverhouse had mentioned. The magistrates of the city, attended by their guard of halberds, had met the victors with their welcome at the gate of the city, and now preceded them as a part of the procession. The next object was 2 heads borne upon pikes, and before each bloody head were carried the hands of the dismembered sufferers, which were, by the brutal mockery of those who bore them, often approached towards each other as if in the attitude of exhortation or prayer. These bloody trophies belonged to 2 preachers who had fallen at Bothwell Bridge. After them came a cart led by the executioner's assistant, in which were placed Macbriar and other 2 prisoners who seemed of the same profession. They were bareheaded and strongly bound, yet looked around them with an air rather of triumph than dismay, and appeared in no respect moved either by the fate of their companions, of which the bloody evidences were carried before them, or by the dread of their own approaching execution, which these preliminaries so plainly indicated. Behind these prisoners, thus held up to public infamy and derision, came a body of horse, brandishing their broadswords, and filling the wide street with acclamations, which were answered by the tumultuous outcries and shouts of the rabble, who in every considerable town are too happy in being permitted to huzza for anything whatever which calls them together. In the rear of these troopers came the main body of the prisoners, at the head of whom were some of their leaders, who were treated with every circumstance of inventive mockery and insult. Several were placed on horseback with their faces to the animal's tail. Others were chained to long bars of iron, which they were obliged to support in their hands, like the galley slaves in Spain when travelling to the port where they are to be put on shipboard. The heads of others who had fallen were borne in triumph before the survivors, some on pikes and halberds, some in sacks, bearing the names of the slaughtered persons labelled on the outside. Such were the objects who headed the ghastly procession, who seemed as effectually doomed to death as if they wore the sanbenitos of the condemned heretics in an auto da fe. Behind them came on the nameless crowd to the number of several hundreds, some retaining under their misfortunes a sense of confidence in the cause for which they suffered captivity, and were about to give a still more bloody testimony. Others seemed pale, dispirited, dejected, questioning in their own minds their prudence in espousing a cause which Providence seemed to have disowned, and looking about for some avenue through which they might escape from the consequences of their rashness. Others there were who seemed incapable of forming an opinion on the subject, or of entertaining either hope, confidence, or fear, but who, foaming with thirst and fatigue, stumbled along like overdriven oxen, lost to every thing but their present sense of wretchedness, and without having any distinct idea whether they were led to the shambles or to the pasture. These unfortunate men were guarded on each hand by troopers, and behind them came the main body of the cavalry, whose military music resounded back from the high houses on each side of the street, and mingled with their own songs of jubilee and triumph, and the wild shouts of the rabble. Morton felt himself heart-sick while he gazed on the dismal spectacle, and recognized in the bloody heads, and still more miserable and agonized features of the living sufferers, faces which had been familiar to him during the brief insurrection. He sunk down in a chair in a bewildered and stupefied state, from which he was awakened by the voice of Cuddy. "Lord forgive us, sir," said the poor fellow, his teeth chattering like a pair of nutcrackers, his hair erect like boar's bristles, and his face as pale as that of a corpse. "Lord forgive us, sir, we maun instantly gang before the council. O Lord, what made them send for a poor body like me, so many braw lords and gentles? And there's my mither come up on the lang tramp from Glasgow to see to gar me testify, as she calls it, that is to say, confess and be hanged. But devil take me if they make such a guise of Cuddy if I can do better. But here's Claverhouse himself. The Lord preserve and forgive us, I say once more." "You must immediately attend the council, Mr. Morton," said Claverhouse, who entered while Cuddy spoke, "and your servant must go with you. You need be under no apprehension for the consequences to yourself personally, but I warn you that you will see something that will give you much pain, and from which I would willingly have saved you if I had possessed the power. My carriage waits us. Shall we go?" It will be readily supposed that Morton did not venture to dispute this invitation, however unpleasant. He rose and accompanied Claverhouse. "I must apprise you," said the latter, as he led the way downstairs, "that you will get off cheap, and so will your servant, provided he can keep his tongue quiet." Cuddy caught these last words to his exceeding joy. "Devil a fear of me," said he, "and my mither disna pit her finger in the pie." At that moment his shoulder was seized by old Moz, who had contrived to thrust herself forward into the lobby of the apartment. "Oh, hinny, hinny," said she to Cuddy, hanging upon his neck, "glad and proud and sorry and humbled am I, on one and the same instant, to see my bairn ganging to testify for the truth gloriously with his mouth in council, as he did with his weapon in the field." "Whisht, whisht, mither," cried Cuddy impatiently. "Od, ye daft wife, is this a time to speak of those things? I tell ye, I'll testify nothing either one gate or another. I have spoken to Mr. Poundtext, and I'll take the declaration, or whatever they call it, and we're all to win free off if we do that. He's gotten life for himself and all his folk, and that's a minister for my siller. I like none of your sermons that end in a psalm at the Grassmarket." "Oh, Cuddy, man, laith would I be they should hurt ye," said old Moz, divided grievously between the safety of her son's soul and that of his body. "But mind, my bonny bairn, ye have battled for the faith, and didna let the dread of losing creature comforts withdraw ye from the good fight." "Hout, tout, mither," replied Cuddy, "I have fought even over muckle already, and to speak plain, I'm wearied of the trade. I have swaggered with all the arms and muskets and pistols, buff coats and bandoliers, long enough, and I like the plough paddle a hantle better. I ken nothing should gar a man fight, that's to say when he's no angry, by and outtaken the dread of being hanged or killed if he turns back." "But my dear Cuddy," continued the persevering Moz, "your bridal garment, oh, hinny, dinna sully the marriage garment." "Away, away, mither," replied Cuddy. "Dinna ye see the folks waiting for me? Never fear me. I ken how to turn this far better than ye do, for ye're bleezin' away about marriage, and the job is how we are to win by hanging." So saying, he extricated himself out of his mother's embraces, and requested the soldiers who took him in charge to conduct him to the place of examination without delay. He had been already preceded by Claverhouse and Morton. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. My native land, good night. Lord Byron. The Privy Council of Scotland, in whom the practice since the union of the crowns vested great judicial powers, as well as the general superintendence of the executive department, was met in the ancient dark Gothic room adjoining to the House of Parliament in Edinburgh, when General Graham entered and took his place amongst the members at the council table. "You have brought us a leash of game to-day, General," said a nobleman of high place amongst them. "Here is a craven to confess, a cock of the game to stand at bay, and what shall I call the third, General?" "Without further metaphor, I will entreat your Grace to call him a person in whom I am specially interested," replied Claverhouse. "And a wig into the bargain?" said the nobleman, lolling out a tongue which was at all times too big for his mouth, and accommodating his coarse features to a sneer to which they seemed to be familiar. "Yes, please your Grace, a wig, as your Grace was in 1641, replied Claverhouse, with his usual appearance of imperturbable civility. "He has you there, I think, my Lord Duke," said one of the privy councillors. "Ay, ay," returned the Duke, laughing, "there's no speaking to him since Drumclog. But come, bring in the prisoners, and do you, Mr. Clerk, read the record." The clerk read forth a bond, in which General Graham of Claverhouse and Lord Evandale entered themselves securities, that Henry Morton, younger of Milnwood, should go abroad and remain in foreign parts until his Majesty's pleasure was further known, in respect of the said Henry Morton's accession to the late rebellion, and that under penalty of life and limb to the said Henry Morton, and of 10,000 marks to each of his securities. "Do you accept of the King's mercy upon these terms, Mr. Morton?" said the Duke of Lauderdale, who presided in the council. "I have no other choice, my lord," replied Morton. "Then subscribe your name in the record." Morton did so without reply, conscious that, in the circumstances of his case, it was impossible for him to have escaped more easily. Macbriar, who was at the same instant brought to the foot of the council table, bound upon a chair, for his weakness prevented him from standing, beheld Morton in the act of what he accounted apostasy. "He hath summed his defection by owning the carnal power of the tyrant," he exclaimed, with a deep groan. "A fallen star, a fallen star!" "Hold your peace, sir," said the Duke, "and keep your own breath to cool your own porridge. You'll find them scalding hot, I promise you. Call in the other fellow, who has some common sense. One sheep will leap the ditch when another goes first." Cuddy was introduced unbound, but under the guard of two halberdiers, and placed beside Macbriar at the foot of the table. The poor fellow cast a piteous look around him, in which were mingled awe for the great men in whose presence he stood, and compassion for his fellow sufferers, with no small fear of the personal consequences which impended over himself. He made his clownish obeisances with a double portion of reverence, and then awaited the opening of the awful scene. "Were you at the battle of Bothwell Brig?" was the first question which was thundered in his ears. Cuddy meditated a denial, but had sense enough, upon reflection, to discover that the truth would be too strong for him, so he replied, with true Caledonian indirectness of response, "I'll no say, but it may be possible that I might have been there." "Answer directly, you knave. Yes or no, you know you were there." "It's no for me to contradict your lordship's grace's honour," said Cuddy. "Once more, sir, were you there? Yes or no?" said the Duke impatiently. "Dear stir," again replied Cuddy, "how can one mind precisely where they have been all the days of their life?" "Speak out, you scoundrel," said General Dalzell, "or I'll dash your teeth out with my dungeon haft. Do you think we can stand here all day to be turning and dodging with you like greyhounds after a hare?" "Aweel, then," said Cuddy, "since nothing else will please ye, write down that I cannot deny but I was there." "Well, sir," said the Duke, "and do you think that the rising upon that occasion was rebellion or not?" "I'm no just free to give my opinion, stir," said the cautious captive, "on what might cost my neck, but I doubt it will be very little better." "Better than what?" "Just than rebellion, as your honour calls it," replied Cuddy. "Well, sir, that's speaking to the purpose," replied his Grace. "And are you content to accept of the King's pardon for your guilt as a rebel, and to keep the church and pray for the King?" "Blithely, sir," answered the unscrupulous Cuddy, "and drink his health into the bargain when the ale's good." "Egad," said the Duke, "this is a hearty cock. What brought you into such a scrape, mine honest friend?" "Just ill example, stir," replied the prisoner, "and a daft old jod of a mither with reference to your Grace's honour." "Why, God a mercy, my friend," replied the Duke, "take care of bad advice another time. I think you are not likely to commit treason on your own score. Make out his free pardon, and bring forward the rogue in the chair." Macbriar was then moved forward to the post of examination. "Were you at the battle of Bothwell Bridge?" was in like manner demanded of him. "I was," answered the prisoner, in a bold and resolute tone. "Were you armed?" "I was not. I went in my calling as a preacher of God's word to encourage them that drew the sword in his cause." "In other words, to aid and abet the rebels," said the Duke. "Thou hast spoken it," replied the prisoner. "Well, then," continued the interrogator, "let us know if you saw John Balfour of Burleigh among the party. I presume you know him." "I bless God that I do know him," replied Macbriar. "He is a zealous and a sincere Christian." "And when and where did you last see this pious personage?" was the query which immediately followed. "I am here to answer for myself," said Macbriar, in the same dauntless manner, "and not to endanger others." "We shall know," said Dalzell, "how to make you find your tongue." "If you can make him fancy himself in a conventicle," answered Lauderdale, "he will find it without you. Come, laddie, speak while the play is good. You're too young to bear the burden will be laid on you else." "I defy you," retorted Macbriar. "This has not been the first of my imprisonments or of my sufferings, and young as I may be, I have lived long enough to know how to die when I am called upon." "Ay, but there are some things which must go before an easy death, if you continue obstinate," said Lauderdale, and rung a small silver bell which was placed before him on the table. A dark crimson curtain, which covered a sort of niche or Gothic recess in the wall, rose at the signal, and displayed the public executioner, a tall, grim, and hideous man, having an oaken table before him, on which lay thumbscrews and an iron case, called the Scottish boot, used in those tyrannical days to torture accused persons. Morton, who was unprepared for this ghastly apparition, started when the curtain arose, but Macbriar's nerves were more firm. He gazed upon the horrible apparatus with much composure, as if a touch of nature called the blood from his cheek for a second. Resolution sent it back to his brow with greater energy. "Do you know who that man is?" said Lauderdale, in a low, stern voice, almost sinking into a whisper. "He is, I suppose," replied Macbriar, "the infamous executioner of your bloodthirsty commands upon the persons of God's people. He and you are equally beneath my regard, and I bless God I no more fear what he can inflict than what you can command. Flesh and blood may shrink under the sufferings you can doom me to, and poor frail nature may shed tears or send forth cries, but I trust my soul is anchored firmly on the rock of ages." "Do your duty," said the Duke to the executioner. The fellow advanced and asked, with a harsh and discordant voice, upon which of the prisoner's limbs he should first employ his engine. "Let him choose for himself," said the Duke. "I should like to oblige him in anything that is reasonable." "Since you leave it to me," said the prisoner, stretching forth his right leg, "take the best. I willingly bestow it in the cause for which I suffer." The executioner, with the help of his assistants, enclosed the leg and knee within the tight iron boot or case, and then, placing a wedge of the same metal between the knee and the edge of the machine, took a mallet in his hand, and stood waiting for farther orders. A well-dressed man, by profession a surgeon, placed himself by the other side of the prisoner's chair, bared the prisoner's arm, and applied his thumb to the pulse, in order to regulate the torture according to the strength of the patient. When these preparations were made, the President of the Council repeated with the same stern voice the question, "When and where did you last see John Balfour of Burleigh?" The prisoner, instead of replying to him, turned his eyes to heaven, as if imploring divine strength, and muttered a few words, of which the last were distinctly audible. "Thou hast said thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power." The Duke of Lauderdale glanced his eye around the council as if to collect their suffrages, and judging from their mute signs, gave on his own part a nod to the executioner, whose mallet instantly descended on the wedge, and forcing it between the knee and the iron boot, occasioned the most exquisite pain, as was evident from the flush which instantly took place on the brow and on the cheeks of the sufferer. The fellow then again raised his weapon, and stood prepared to give a second blow. "Will you yet say," repeated the Duke of Lauderdale, "where and when you last parted from Balfour of Burleigh?" "You have my answer," said the sufferer resolutely, and the second blow fell. The third and fourth succeeded, but at the fifth, when a larger wedge had been introduced, the prisoner set up a scream of agony. Morton, whose blood boiled within him at witnessing such cruelty, could bear no longer, and although unarmed and himself in great danger, was springing forward, when Claverhouse, who observed his emotion, withheld him by force, laying one hand on his arm and the other on his mouth, while he whispered, "For God's sake, think where you are." This movement, fortunately for him, was observed by no other of the councillors, whose attention was engaged with the dreadful scene before them. "He is gone," said the surgeon. "He has fainted, my lords, and human nature can endure no more." "Release him," said the Duke, and added, returning to Dalzell, "He will make an old proverb good, for he'll scarce ride to-day, though he has had his boots on. I suppose we must finish with him." "Ay, dispatch his sentence, and have done with him. We have plenty of drudgery behind." Strong waters and essences were busily employed to recall the senses of the unfortunate captive, and when his first faint gasps intimated a return of sensation, the Duke pronounced sentence of death upon him, as a traitor taken in the act of open rebellion, and adjudging him to be carried from the bar to the common place of execution, and there hanged by the neck, his hands and head to be stricken off after death, and disposed of according to the pleasure of the council, and all and sundry his movable goods and gear as sheet and inbrought to his Majesty's use. "Doomster," he continued, "repeat the sentence to the prisoner." The office of the Doomster was in those days, and till a much later period, held by the executioner in commendam, with his ordinary functions. The duty consisted in reciting to the unhappy criminal the sentence of the law as pronounced by the judge, which acquired an additional and horrid emphasis from the recollection that the hateful personage by whom it was uttered was to be the agent of the cruelties he denounced. Macbriar had scarce understood the purport of the words, as first pronounced by the Lord President of the Council, but he was sufficiently recovered to listen and to reply to the sentence, when uttered by the harsh and odious voice of the ruffian who was to execute it. And at the last awful words, "And this I pronounce for doom," he answered boldly, "My lords, I thank you for the only favour I looked for, or would accept at your hands, namely, that you have sent the crushed and maimed carcass, which has this day sustained your cruelty, to this hasty end. It were indeed little to me whether I perish on the gallows or in the prison house, but if death, following close on what I have this day suffered, had found me in my cell of darkness and bondage, many might have lost the sight how a Christian man can suffer in the good cause. For the rest, I forgive you, my lords, for what you have appointed, and I have sustained, and why should I not? Ye send me to a happy exchange, to the company of angels and the spirits of the just, for that of frail dust and ashes. Ye send me from darkness into day, from mortality to immortality, and, in a word, from earth to heaven. If the thanks, therefore, and pardon of a dying man can do you good, take them at my hand, and may your last moments be as happy as mine." As he spoke thus, with a countenance radiant with joy and triumph, he was withdrawn by those who had brought him into the apartment, and executed within half an hour, dying with the same enthusiastic firmness which his whole life had evinced. The council broke up, and Morton found himself again in the carriage with General Graham. "Marvellous firmness and gallantry," said Morton, as he reflected upon Macbriar's conduct. "What a pity it is that with such self-devotion and heroism should have been mingled the fiercer features of his sect." "You mean," said Claverhouse, "his resolution to condemn you to death? To that he would have reconciled himself by a single text. For example, 'And Phineas arose and executed judgment,' or something to the same purpose. But wot ye where you are now bound, Mr. Morton?" "We are on the road to Leith, I observe," answered Morton. "Can I not be permitted to see my friends ere I leave my native land?" "Your uncle," replied Graham, "has been spoken to, and declines visiting you. The good gentleman is terrified, and not without some reason, that the crime of your treason may extend itself over his lands and tenements. He sends you, however, his blessing, and a small sum of money. Lord Evandale continues extremely indisposed. Major Bellenden is at Tillietudlem putting matters in order. The scoundrels have made great havoc there with Lady Margaret's muniments of antiquity, and have desecrated and destroyed what the good lady called the throne of his most sacred majesty. Is there any one else whom you would wish to see?" Morton sighed deeply as he answered, "No, it would avail nothing, but my preparations, small as they are, some must be necessary." "They are all ready for you," said the General. "Lord Evandale has anticipated all you wish. Here is a packet from him with letters of recommendation for the court of the Stadtholder Prince of Orange, to which I have added one or two. I made my first campaigns under him, and first saw fire at the battle of Seneff. There are also bills of exchange for your immediate wants, and more will be sent when you require it." Morton heard all this, and received the parcel with an astounded and confused look, so sudden was the execution of the sentence of banishment. "And my servant," he said, "he shall be taken care of, and replaced, if it be practicable, in the service of Lady Margaret Bellenden. I think he will hardly neglect the parade of the feudal retainers, or go a-wigging a second time. But here we are upon the quay, and the boat waits you." It was even as Claverhouse said. A boat waited for Captain Morton, with the trunks and baggage belonging to his rank. Claverhouse shook him by the hand, and wished him good fortune, and a happy return to Scotland in quieter times. "I shall never forget," he said, "the gallantry of your behaviour to my friend Evandale, in circumstances when many men would have sought to rid him out of their way." Another friendly pressure, and they parted. As Morton descended the pier to get into the boat, a hand placed in his a letter folded up in very small space. He looked round. The person who gave it seemed much muffled up. He pressed his finger upon his lip, and then disappeared among the crowd. The incident awakened Morton's curiosity, and when he found himself on board of a vessel bound for Rotterdam, and saw all his companions of the voyage busy making their own arrangements, he took an opportunity to open the billet thus mysteriously thrust upon him. It ran thus: "Thy courage on the fatal day, when Israel fled before his enemies, hath, in some measure, atoned for thy unhappy owning of the Erastian interest. These are not days for Ephraim to strive with Israel. I know thy heart is with the daughter of the stranger, but turn from that folly, for in exile and in flight, and even in death itself, shall my hand be heavy against that bloody and malignant house, and Providence hath given me the means of meeting unto them with their own measure of ruin and confiscation. The resistance of their stronghold was the main cause of our being scattered at Bothwell Bridge, and I have bound it upon my soul to visit it upon them. Wherefore think of her no more, but join with our brethren in banishment, whose hearts are still towards this miserable land, to save and to relieve her. There is an honest remnant in Holland, whose eyes are looking out for deliverance. Join thyself unto them like the true son of the stout and worthy Silas Morton, and thou wilt have good acceptance among them for his sake, and for thine own working. Shouldst thou be found worthy again to labour in the vineyard, thou wilt at all times hear of my incomings and outgoings, by inquiring after Quentin Mackell of Irongray, at the house of that singular Christian woman, Bessie McClure, near to the place called the Howff, where Neil Blaine entertaineth guests. So much from him who hopes to hear again from thee in brotherhood, resisting unto blood, and striving against sin. Meanwhile possess thyself in patience, keep thy sword girded, and thy lamp burning, as one that wakes in the night. For he who shall judge the mount of Esau, and shall make false professors as straw, and malignants as stubble, will come in the 4th watch, with garments dyed in blood, and the house of Jacob shall be for spoil, and the house of Joseph for fire. I am he that hath written it, whose hand hath been on the mighty in the waste field. This extraordinary letter was subscribed J.B. of B., but the signature of these initials were not necessary for pointing out to Morton that it could come from no other than Burleigh. It gave him new occasion to admire the indomitable spirit of this man, who, with art equal to his courage and obstinacy, was even now endeavoring to re-establish the web of conspiracy which had been so lately torn to pieces. But he felt no sort of desire in the present moment to sustain a correspondence which must be perilous, or to renew an association which in so many ways had been nearly fatal to him. The threats which Burleigh held out against the family of Bellenden he considered as a mere expression of his spleen on account of their defence of Tillietudlem, and nothing seemed less likely than that, at the very moment of their party being victorious, their fugitive and distressed adversary could exercise the least influence over their fortunes. Morton, however, hesitated for an instant whether he should not send the Major or Lord Evandale intimation of Burleigh's threats. Upon consideration, he thought he could not do so without betraying his confidential correspondents, for to warn them of his menaces would have served little purpose unless he had given them a clue to prevent them by apprehending his person, while by doing so he deemed he should commit an ungenerous breach of trust to remedy an evil which seemed almost imaginary. Upon mature consideration, therefore, he tore the letter, having first made a memorandum of the name and place where the writer was to be heard of, and threw the fragments into the sea. While Morton was thus employed, the vessel was unmoored, and the white sails swelled out before a favourable northwest wind. The ship leaned her side to the gale, and went roaring through the waves, leaving a long and rippling furrow to track her course. The city and port from which he had sailed became undistinguishable in the distance. The hills by which they were surrounded melted finally into the blue sky, and Morton was separated for several years from the land of his nativity. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Whom does time gallop withal? As you like it. It is fortunate for tale-tellers that they are not tied down like theatrical writers to the unities of time and place, but may conduct their personages to Athens and Thebes at their pleasure, and bring them back at their convenience. Time, to use Rosalind's simile, has hitherto paced with the hero of our tale, for betwixt Morton's first appearance as a competitor for the popinjay and his final departure for Holland hardly 2 months elapsed. Years, however, glided away ere we find it possible to resume the thread of our narrative, and time must be held to have galloped over the interval. Craving, therefore, the privilege of my cast, I entreat the reader's attention to the continuation of the narrative, as it starts from a new era, being the year immediately subsequent to the British Revolution. Scotland had just begun to repose from the convulsion occasioned by a change of dynasty, and through the prudent tolerance of King William had narrowly escaped the horrors of a protracted civil war. Agriculture began to revive, and men whose minds had been disturbed by the violent political concussions and the general change of government in church and state had begun to recover their ordinary temper and to give the usual attention to their own private affairs in lieu of discussing those of the public. The Highlanders alone resisted the newly established order of things and were in arms in a considerable body under the Viscount of Dundee, whom our readers have hitherto known by the name of Graham of Claverhouse. But the usual state of the Highlands was so unruly that their being more or less disturbed was not supposed greatly to affect the general tranquillity of the country, so long as their disorders were confined within their own frontiers. In the Lowlands, the Jacobites, now the undermost party, had ceased to expect any immediate advantage by open resistance, and were in their turn driven to hold private meetings and form associations for mutual defence, which the government termed treason, while they cried out persecution. The triumphant Whigs, while they re-established Presbytery as the national religion, and assigned to the general assemblies of the Kirk their natural influence, were very far from going the lengths which the Cameronians and more extravagant portion of the nonconformists under Charles and James loudly demanded. They would listen to no proposal for re-establishing the Solemn League and Covenant, and those who had expected to find in King William a zealous covenanted monarch were grievously disappointed when he intimated, with the phlegm particular to his country, his intention to tolerate all forms of religion which were consistent with the safety of the state. The principles of indulgence thus espoused and gloried in by the government gave great offence to the more violent party, who condemned them as diametrically contrary to Scripture, for which narrow-spirited doctrine they cited various texts, all, as it may well be supposed, detached from their context, and most of them derived from the charges given to the Jews in the Old Testament dispensation to extirpate idolaters out of the promised land. They also murmured highly against the influence assumed by secular persons in exercising the rights of patronage, which they termed a rape upon the chastity of the Church. They censured and condemned as Erastian many of the measures by which government, after the Revolution, showed an inclination to interfere with the management of the Church, and they positively refused to take the oath of allegiance to King William and Queen Mary until they should, on their part, have sworn to the Solemn League and Covenant, the Magna Charta, as they termed it, of the Presbyterian Church. This party, therefore, remained grumbling and dissatisfied, and made repeated declarations against affections and causes of wrath, which, had they been prosecuted as in the two former reigns, would have led to the same consequence of open rebellion. But as the murmurers were allowed to hold their meetings uninterrupted, and to testify as much as they pleased against Socinianism, Erastianism, and all the compliances and defections of the time, their zeal, unfanned by persecution, died gradually away, their numbers became diminished, and they sunk into the scattered remnant of serious, scrupulous, and harmless enthusiasts, of whom old Mortality, whose legends have afforded the groundwork of my tale, may be taken as no bad representative. But in the years which immediately succeeded the Revolution, the Cameronians continued a sect strong in numbers and vehement in their political opinions, whom government wished to discourage, while they prudently temporized with them. These men formed one violent party in the state, and the Episcopalian and Jacobite interest, notwithstanding their ancient and national animosity, yet repeatedly endeavored to intrigue among them, and avail themselves of their discontents to obtain their assistance in recalling the Stuart family. The revolutionary government, in the meanwhile, was supported by the great bulk of the lowland interest, who were chiefly disposed to a moderate presbytery, and formed in a great measure the party who in the former oppressive reigns were stigmatized by the Cameronians for having exercised that form of worship under the Declaration of Indulgence issued by Charles II. Such was the state of parties in Scotland immediately subsequent to the Revolution. It was on a delightful summer evening that a stranger, well mounted and having the appearance of a military man of rank, rode down a winding descent which terminated in view of the romantic ruins of Bothwell Castle and the river Clyde, which winds so beautifully between rocks and woods to sweep around the towers formerly built by Aymer de Valence. Bothwell Bridge was at a little distance, and also in sight. The opposite field, once the scene of slaughter and conflict, now lay as placid and quiet as the surface of a summer lake. The trees and bushes, which grew around in romantic variety of shade, were hardly seen to stir under the influence of the evening breeze. The very murmur of the river seemed to soften itself into unison with the stillness of the scene around. The path through which the traveller descended was occasionally shaded by detached trees of great size, and elsewhere by the hedges and boughs of flourishing orchards, now laden with summer fruits. The nearest object of consequence was a farmhouse, or it might be the abode of a small proprietor, situated on the side of a sunny bank, which was covered by apple and pear trees. At the foot of the path which led up to this modest mansion was a small cottage, pretty much in the situation of a porter's lodge, though obviously not designed for such a purpose. The hut seemed comfortable and more neatly arranged than is usual in Scotland. It had its little garden, where some fruit trees and bushes were mingled with kitchen herbs. A cow and 6 sheep fed in a paddock hard by. The cock strutted and crowed, and summoned his family around him before the door. A heap of brushwood and turf, neatly made up, indicated that the winter fuel was provided, and the thin blue smoke which ascended from the straw-bound chimney, and winded slowly out from among the green trees, showed that the evening meal was in the act of being made ready. To complete the little scene of rural peace and comfort, a girl of about 5 years old was fetching water in a pitcher from a beautiful fountain of the purest transparency, which bubbled up at the root of a decayed old oak tree about 20 yards from the end of the cottage. The stranger reined up his horse and called to the little nymph, desiring to know the way to Fairy No. The child set down her water pitcher, hardly understanding what was said to her, put her fair flaxen hair apart on her brows, and opened her round blue eyes with the wondering, "What's your wool?" which is usually a peasant's first answer, if it can be called one, to all questions whatever. "I wish to know the way to Fairy No." "Mammy, mammy!" exclaimed the little rustic, running towards the door of the hut, "come out and speak to the gentleman." Her mother appeared, a handsome young countrywoman, to whose features, originally sly and a Spiegel in expression, matrimony had given that decent matronly air which peculiarly marks the peasant's wife of Scotland. She had an infant in one arm, and with the other she smoothed down her apron, to which hung a chubby child of 2 years old. The elder girl, whom the traveller had first seen, fell back behind her mother as soon as she appeared, and kept that station, occasionally peeping out to look at the stranger. "What was your pleasure, sir?" said the woman, with an air of respectful breeding, not quite common in her rank of life, but without anything resembling forwardness. The stranger looked at her with great earnestness for a moment, and then replied, "I am seeking a place called Ferry No, and a man called Cuthbert Hedrick. You can probably direct me to him." "It's my good man, sir," said the young woman, with a smile of welcome. "Will you alight, sir, and come into our poor dwelling? Cutty! Cutty!" A white-headed rogue of 4 years appeared at the door of the hut. "Rin away, my bonny man, and tell your father a gentleman wants him. Or stay, Jenny, ye'll have more sense. Run ye away and tell him he's down at the 4 Acres Park. Winna ye light down and bide a blink, sir? Or would ye take a mouthful of bread and cheese, or a drink of ale, till our good man comes? It's good ale, though I shouldna say so that brews it. But ploughman lads work hard, and maun have something to keep their hearts aboon by ordinaire. So I pit a good gowpin of malt to the browst." As the stranger declined her courteous offers, Cutty, the reader's old acquaintance, made his appearance in person. His countenance still presented the same mixture of apparent dullness with occasional sparkles, which indicated the craft so often found in the clouded shoe. He looked on the rider as on one whom he had never seen before, and, like his daughter and wife, opened the conversation with the regular query, "What's your wool with me, sir?" "I have a curiosity to ask some questions about this country," said the traveller, "and I was directed to you as an intelligent man who can answer them." "No doubt, sir," said Cutty, after a moment's hesitation, "but I would first like to ken what sort of questions they are. I have had so many questions speered at me in my day, and in sic queer ways, that if ye can all, ye wouldna wonder at my jalousing all thing about them. My mother garred me learn the single carriage, whilk was a great vex. Then I behooved to learn about my godfathers and godmothers to please the old lady, and whiles I jumbled them together and pleased none of them, and when I came to man's estate came another kind of questioning in fashion that I liked worse than effectual calling, and the did promise and vow of the tape were yoked to the end of the t'other. So ye see, sir, I like to hear questions asked before I answer them. You have nothing to apprehend from mine, my good friend. They only relate to the state of the country." "Country," replied Cutty. "Oh, the country's well enough, an it werena that dour devil Clavers, they call him Dundee now, that's stirring about yet in the Highlands. They say with all the Donnells and Duncans and Dougals that ever wore bottomless breeks, driving about with him to set things a steer again, now we have gotten them all reasonably well settled. But Mackay will pit him down, there's little doubt of that. He'll give him his fairing, I'll be cautioned for it." "What makes you so positive of that, my friend?" asked the horseman. "I heard it with my own lugs," answered Cutty, "foretold to him by a man that had been 3 hours stone dead and came back to this earth again just to tell him his mind. It was at a place they call Drumshinnel." "Indeed," said the stranger, "I can hardly believe you, my friend." "Ye might ask my mither then, if she were in life," said Cutty. "It was her explained it all to me, for I thought the man had only been wounded. At any rate, he spake of the casting out of the Stuarts by their very names, and the vengeance that was brewing for Claverhouse and his dragoons. They called the man Habakkuk Mucklewrath. His brain was a wee a G, but he was a braw preacher for all that. You seem, said the stranger, to live in a rich and peaceful country. It's no to complain of, sir, and we get the crap well in, quoth Cuddy. But if ye had seen the blood rinnin up as fast on the tap of that brig yonder as ever the water ran below it, ye wouldna have thought it so bonny a spectacle. You mean the battle some years since? I was waiting upon Monmouth that morning, my good friend, and did see some part of the action, said the stranger. Then ye saw a bonny stour, said Cuddy. That sail serve me for fighting all the days of my life. I judged ye would be a trooper by your red scarlet lacecoat and your looped hat. And which side were you upon, my friend? Continued the inquisitive stranger. Aha, lad, retorted Cuddy with a knowing look, or what he designed for such. There's no use in telling that, unless I kenned what was asking me. I commend your prudence, but it is unnecessary. I know you acted on that occasion as servant to Henry Morton. Ay, said Cuddy in surprise. How came ye by that secret? Know that I care a bodie about it, for the sun's on our side of the hedge now. I wish my master were living to get a blink of it. And what became of him? Said the writer. He was lost in the vessel gone to that weary Holland, clean lost, and all body perished, and my poor master among them. Neither man nor mouse was ever heard of more. Then Cuddy uttered a groan. You had some regard for him, then, continued the stranger. How could I help it? His face was made of a fiddle, as they say, for all body that looked on him liked him, and a braw soldier he was. Oh, and ye had but seen him down at the bridge there, fleeing about like a fleeing dragon, to gar folk fight that had unto little will till it. There was he and that sour Whigamore they called Burleigh. If twa men could have won a field, we wouldna have gotten our skins paid that day. You mention Burleigh. Do you know if he yet lives? I kenna muckle about him. Folk say he was abroad, and our sufferers would hold no communion with him because of his having murdered the archbishop. So he came home 10 times dowrer than ever, and broke off with many of the Presbyterians. And at this last coming of the Prince of Orange, he could get no countenance nor command for fear of his devilish temper, and he hasna been heard of since. Only some folk say that pride and anger have driven him clean wood. And, said the traveller, after considerable hesitation, do you know anything of Lord Evandale? Div I ken anything o' Lord Evandale? Div I know? Is not my young lady up by yonder at the house that's as good as married to him? And are they not married then? Said the rider hastily. No, only what they call betrothed. Me and my wife were witnesses. It's no many months by past. It was a long courtship. Few folk ken the reason by Jenny and myself. But will ye no lie down? I down abide to see ye sitting up there, and the clouds are casting up thick in the west over Glasgow Ward, and most skeely folk think that bodes rain. In fact, a deep black cloud had already surmounted the setting sun. A few large drops of rain fell, and the murmurs of distant thunder were heard. The devil's in this man, said Cuddy to himself. I wish he would either light off or ride on, that he may quarter himself in Hamilton or the shower begin. But the rider sat motionless on his horse for 2 or 3 moments after his last question, like one exhausted by some uncommon effort. At length, recovering himself, as if with a sudden and painful effort, He asked Cuddy if Lady Margaret Bellenden still lived. "She does," replied Cuddy, "but in a very small way. They have been a sad changed family since the rough times began. They have suffered enough first and last, and to lose the old tower and all the bonny barony and the homes that I have ploughed so often, and the mains, and my kailyard that I should have gotten back again, and all for nothing, as a body may say, but just the want of some bits of sheepskin that were lost in the confusion of the taking of Tillietudlem." "I have heard something of this," said the stranger, deepening his voice and averting his head. "I have some interest in the family, and would willingly help them if I could. Can you give me a bed in your house to-night, my friend?" "It's but a corner of a place, sir," said Cuddy, "but we's try, rather than ye should ride on in the rain and thunner. For, to be free with ye, sir, I think ye seem no that over well." "I am liable to a dizziness," said the stranger, "but it will soon wear off." We can give ye a decent supper, sir," said Cuddy, "and we'll see about a bed as well as we can. We would be laith a stranger should lack what we have, though we are jimply provided for in beds, rather. For Jenny has so many bairns, God bless them and her, that troth I maun speak to Lord Evandale to give us a bit ike, or outshot of some sort, to the onstead." "I shall be easily accommodated," said the stranger, as he entered the house. "And ye may rely on your nag being well sorted," said Cuddy. "I ken well what belongs to suppering a horse, and this is a very good one." Cuddy took the horse to the little cow-house, and called to his wife to attend in the meanwhile to the stranger's accommodation. The officer entered, and threw himself on a settle at some distance from the fire, and carefully turning his back to the little lattice window, Jenny or Mrs. Hedrig, if the reader pleases, requested him to lay aside the cloak, belt, and flapped hat which he wore upon his journey, but he excused himself under pretence of feeling cold, and to divert the time till Cuddy's return, he entered into some chat with the children, carefully avoiding, during the interval, the inquisitive glances of his landlady. End of chapter 16. Chapter 37 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. What tragic tears bedim the eye, what deaths we suffer ere we die, our broken friendships we deplore, and loves of youth that are no more. Logan. Cuddy soon returned, assuring the stranger with a cheerful voice that the horse was properly suppered up, and that the good wife should make a bed up for him at the house, more purpose-like and comfortable than the like of them could give him. "Are the family at the house?" said the stranger, with an interrupted and broken voice. "No, stir, they're away with all the servants. They keep only twa nowadays, and my good wife there has the keys and the charge, though she's not a feed servant. She has been born and bred in the family, and has a trust and management. If they were there, we behoovena to take sic freedom without their order, but when they are away, they will be well pleased we serve a stranger gentleman. Miss Bellenden would help all the whole world, and her power were as good as her will, and her grandmother, Lady Margaret, has an unto respect for the gentry, and she's no ill to the poor bodies neither. And now, wife, what for are ye no getting for it with the sowens?" "Never mind, lad," rejoined Jenny, "ye shall have them in good time. I ken well that ye like your brose het." Cutty fidgeted and laughed with a peculiar expression of intelligence at this repartee, which was followed by a dialogue of little consequence betwixt his wife and him, in which the stranger took no share. At length he suddenly interrupted them by the question, "Can you tell me when Lord Evandale's marriage takes place?" "Very soon, we expect," answered Jenny. Before it was possible for her husband to reply, "It would have been over afore now, but for the death of old Major Bellenden." "The excellent old man," said the stranger. "I heard at Edinburgh he was no more. Was he long ill?" "He couldna be said to hold up his head after his brother's wife and his niece were turned out of their own house, and he had himself sore borrowing siller to stand the law. But it was in the latter end of King James's days, and Basil Oliphant, who claimed the estate, turned a papist to please the managers, and then nothing was to be refused him. So the law gave again the leddies at last, after they had fought a weary sort of years about it. And as I said before, the Major never held up his head again. And then came the pitting away of the Stuart line. And though he had but little reason to like them, he couldna brook that, and it clean broke the heart of him. And creditors came to Charnwood, and cleaned out all that was there. He was never rich, the good old man, for he dowd na see anybody want." "He was indeed," said the stranger, with a faltering voice, "an admirable man. That is, I have heard that he was so." So the ladies were left without fortune, as well as without a protector. "They will neither want the tane nor the t'other while Lord Evandale lives," said Jenny. "He has been a true friend in their griefs. Even to the house they live in is his lordship's, and never man, as my old good mother used to say, since the days of the patriarch Jacob, served so long and so sore for a wife as good Lord Evandale has done." "And why," said the stranger, with a voice that quivered with emotion, "why was he not sooner rewarded by the object of his attachment?" "There was the lawsuit to be ended," said Jenny readily, "forby many other family arrangements." "Na, but," said Cutty, "there was another reason forby, for the young lady." "Whisht, hang your tongue, and sup your sowens," said his wife. "I see the gentleman's far from well, and downa eat our coarse supper. I would kill him a chicken in an instant." "There is no occasion," said the stranger. "I shall want only a glass of water, and to be left alone." "You'll give yourself the trouble then to follow me," said Jenny, lighting a small lantern, "and I'll show you the way." Cutty also proffered his assistance, but his wife reminded him that the bairn would be left to fight together, and coop one another into the fire, so that he remained to take charge of the menage. His wife led the way up a little winding path, which, after threading some thickets of sweetbriar and honeysuckle, conducted to the back door of a small garden. Jenny undid the latch, and they passed through an old-fashioned flower garden, with its clipped yew hedges and formal parterres, to a glass-sashed door, which she opened with a master key, and lighting a candle, which she placed upon a small work-table, asked pardon for leaving him there for a few minutes, until she prepared his apartment. She did not exceed 5 minutes in these preparations, but when she returned, was startled to find that the stranger had sunk forward with his head upon the table, in what she at first apprehended to be a swoon. As she advanced to him, however, she could discover by his short-drawn sobs that it was a paroxysm of mental agony. She prudently drew back until he raised his head, and then showing herself, without seeming to have observed his agitation, informed him that his bed was prepared. The stranger gazed at her a moment, as if to collect the sense of her words. She repeated them, and only bending his head as an indication that he understood her, he entered the apartment, the door of which she pointed out to him. It was a small bedchamber, used, as she informed him, by Lord Evandale when a guest at Fairy No, connecting on one side with a little china cabinet which opened to the garden, and on the other with a saloon, from which it was only separated by a thin wainscot partition. Having wished the stranger better health and good rest, Jenny descended as speedily as she could to her own mansion. "Oh, Cuddy," she exclaimed to her helpmate as she entered, "I doubt we're ruined folk." "How can that be? What's the matter with ye?" returned the imperturbed Cuddy, who was one of those persons who do not easily take alarm at anything. "What do you think yon gentleman is? Oh, that ever ye should have asked him to light here!" exclaimed Jenny. "Why, what the muckle devil do you say he is? There's no law against harbouring and intercommunicating now," said Cuddy. "So, Whig or Tory, what need we care what he be?" "Ay, but it's one will ding Lord Evandale's marriage a gee yet, if it's no the better looked to," said Jenny. "It's Miss Edith's first jo, your own old maister, Cuddy." "The devil, woman!" exclaimed Cuddy, starting up. "Crow ye that I am blind? I would have kenned Mr. Harry Morton among 100. "Ay, but Cuddy lad," replied Jenny, "though ye are no blind, ye are no so notice taking as I am." "Well, for what needs ye cast that up to me just now? Or what did ye see about the man that was like our Maister Harry?" "I will tell ye," said Jenny. "I jealoused his keeping his face from us, and speaking with a maid-like voice, so I even tried him with some tales of lang syne, and when I spoke of the brose, ye ken, he didna just laugh, he's over grave for that nowadays, but he gave a gledge with his eye that I kenned he took up what I said. And all his distress is about Miss Edith's marriage, and I never saw a man more taken down with true love in my days. I might say man or woman, only I mind how ill Miss Edith was when she first got word that him and you, ye muckle graceless loon, were coming against Tillytudlem with the rebels. But what's the matter with the man now?" "What's the matter with me, indeed?" said Cuddy, who was again hastily putting on some of his garments he had stripped himself of. "Am I no gone up this instant to see my maister?" Well, Cuddy, ye are gone no sick gate," said Jenny, coolly and resolutely. "The devil's in the wife," said Cuddy. "Do ye think I am to be John Tamson's man, and mastered by women all the days of my life?" "And whose man would ye be? And what would ye have to master ye but me, Cuddy lad?" answered Jenny. "I'll gar ye comprehend in the making of a hay-band. Nobody kens that this young gentleman is living but ourselves, and from that he keeps himself up so close, I am judging that he's purposing, if he fand Miss Edith either married, or just going to be married, he would just slide away easy, and give them no more trouble. But if Miss Edith kenned that he was living, and if she were standing before the very minister with Lord Evandale when it was told to her, I'se warrant she would say no when she should say yes." "Well," replied Cuddy, "and what's my business with that? If Miss Edith likes her old jo better than her new one, what for should she no be free to change her mind like other folk? Ye ken, Jenny, Halliday threeps he had a promise from yourself." "Halliday's a liar, and ye're nothing but a gomeril to hearken till him, Cuddy. And then for this lady's choice, lack a day, ye may be sure all the gout Mr. Morton has is on the outside of his coat. And how can he keep Lady Margaret and the young lady?" "Isna there Milnwood?" said Cuddy. "No doubt the old lord left his housekeeper the life rent, as he heard not of his nephew. But it's but speaking the old wife fair, and they may all live brawly together, Lady Margaret and all." "Rout, tout, lad," replied Jenny, "ye ken them little to think ladies of their rank would set up house with old Ailey Wilson, when they're most over proud to take favours from Lord Evandale himself. No, no, they maun follow the camp, if she take Morton." "That would sort ill with the old lady, to be sure," said Cuddy. "She would hardly win over a long day in the baggage wain." "Then sic a flyting as there would be between them, all about Whig and Tory," continued Jenny. "To be sure," said Cuddy, "the old lady's unto kittle in those points." "And then, Cuddy," continued his helpmate, who had reserved her strongest argument to the last, "if this marriage with Lord Evandale is broken off, what comes of our own bit free house, and the kailyard, and the cow's grass? I trow that both us and the bonny bairns will be turned on the wide world." Here Jenny began to whimper. Cuddy writhed himself this way and that way, the very picture of indecision. At length he broke out, "Well, woman, canna ye tell what we should do without all this din about it?" "Just do nothing at all," said Jenny. "Never seem to ken anything about this gentleman, and for your life say a word that he should have been here, or up at the house. An I had kenned, I would have given him my own bed, and sleeped in the byre, or he had gone up by. But it canna be helpit now. The next thing's to get him cannily away the morn, and I judge he'll be in no hurry to come back again." "My poor master," said Cuddy, "and maun I no speak to him then?" "For your life, no," said Jenny. "Ye're no obliged to ken him, and I wouldna have told ye, only I feared ye would ken him in the morning." "Well," said Cuddy, sighing heavily, "I'se away to plough the outfield then, for if I am not to speak to him, I would rather be out of the gate." "Very right, my dear hinny," replied Jenny. "Nobody has better sense than you when ye crack a bit with me over your affairs. But ye should never do anything off hand out of your own head." "One would think it's true," quoth Cuddy, "for I have aye had some carline or queen or another to gar me gang their gate instead of my own. There was first my mither," he continued, as he undressed and tumbled himself into bed. "Then there was Lady Margaret didna let me call my soul my own. Then my mither and her quarrelled, and pulled me twa ways at once, as if ilk one had an end of me, like Pinch and the devil rugging about the baker at the fair. And now I have gotten a wife," he murmured in continuation, as he stowed the blankets around his person, "and she likes to take the guiding of me all thegither." "And am not I the best guide ye ever had in all your life?" said Jenny, as she closed the conversation by assuming her place beside her husband and extinguishing the candle. Leaving this couple to their repose, we have next to inform the reader that early on the next morning 2 ladies on horseback, attended by their servants, arrived at the house of Fairy No, whom, to Jenny's utter confusion, she instantly recognized as Miss Bellenden and Lady Emily Hamilton, a sister of Lord Evandale. "Had I no better gang to the house to put things to rights," said Jenny, confounded with this unexpected apparition. "We want nothing but the pass-key," said Miss Bellenden. "Goodale will open the windows of the little parlor." "The little parlor's locked, and the lock's spoiled," answered Jenny, who recollected the local sympathy between that apartment and the bedchamber of her guest. "In the red parlor, then," said Miss Bellenden, and rode up to the front of the house, but by an approach different from that through which Morton had been conducted. "All will be out," thought Jenny, "unless I can get him smuggled out of the house the back way." So saying, she sped up the bank in great tribulation and uncertainty. "I had better have said at auntie there was a stranger there," was her next natural reflection. "But then they would have been for asking him to breakfast. Oh, save us! What will I do? And there's Goodale walking in the garden too," she exclaimed internally on approaching the wicket. "And I durna gang in the back way till he's off the coast. Oh, sirs, what will become of us?" In this state of perplexity she approached the ci devant butler with the purpose of decoying him out of the garden, but John Goodale's temper was not improved by his decline in rank and increase in years. Like many peevish people, too, he seemed to have an intuitive perception as to what was most likely to tease those whom he conversed with, and on the present occasion all Jenny's efforts to remove him from the garden served only to root him in it as fast as if he had been one of the shrubs. Unluckily, also, he had commenced florist during his residence at Fairy Knowe, and leaving all the other things to the charge of Lady Emily's servant, his first care was dedicated to the flowers, which he had taken under his special protection, and which he propped, dug, and watered, prosing all the while upon their respective merits to poor Jenny, who stood by him trembling and almost crying with anxiety, fear, and impatience. Fate seemed determined to win a match against Jenny this unfortunate morning. As soon as the ladies entered the house, they observed that the door of the little parlor, the very apartment out of which she was desirous of excluding them, on account of its contiguity to the room in which Morton slept, was not only unlocked, but absolutely ajar. Miss Bellenden was too much engaged with her own immediate subjects of reflection to take much notice of the circumstance, but desiring the servant to open the window shutters, walked into the room along with her friend. "He is not yet come," she said. "What can your brother possibly mean? Why express so anxious a wish that we should meet him here? And why not come to Castle Denon, as he proposed? I own, my dear Emily, that even engaged as we are to each other, and with the sanction of your presence, I do not feel that I have done quite right in indulging him." "Evandale was never capricious," answered his sister. "I am sure he will satisfy us with his reasons, and if he does not, I will help you to scold him." "What I chiefly fear," said Edith, "is his having engaged in some of the plots of this fluctuating and unhappy time. I know his heart is with that dreadful Claverhouse and his army, and I believe he would have joined them ere now, but for my uncle's death, which gave him so much additional trouble on our account. How singular that one so rational and so deeply sensible of the errors of the exiled family should be ready to risk all for their restoration." "What can I say?" answered Lady Emily. "It is a point of honour with Evandale. Our family have always been loyal. He served long in the Guards. The Viscount of Dundee was his commander and his friend for years. He is looked on with an evil eye by many of his own relations, who set down his inactivity to the score of want of spirit. You must be aware, my dear Edith, how often family connections and early predilections influence our actions more than abstract arguments, but I trust Evandale will continue quiet. Though, to tell you truth, I believe you are the only one who can keep him so." "And how is it in my power?" said Miss Bellenden. "You can furnish him with the scriptural apology for not going forth with the host. He has married a wife, and therefore cannot come." "I have promised," said Edith, in a faint voice, "but I trust I shall not be urged on the score of time." "Nay," said Lady Emily, "I will leave Evandale, and here he comes, to plead his own cause." "Stay, stay, for God's sake," said Edith, endeavouring to detain her. "Not I, not I," said the young lady, making her escape. "The third person makes a silly figure on such occasions. When you want me for breakfast, I will be found in the willow walk by the river." As she tripped out of the room, Lord Evandale entered. "Good morrow, brother, and good-bye till breakfast time," said the lively young lady. "I trust you will give Miss Bellenden some good reasons for disturbing her rest so early in the morning." And so saying, she left them together without waiting a reply. "And now, my lord," said Edith, "may I desire to know the meaning of your singular request to meet you here at so early an hour?" She was about to add that she hardly felt herself excusable in having complied with it, but upon looking at the person whom she addressed, she was struck dumb by the singular and agitated expression of his countenance, and interrupted herself to exclaim, "For God's sake, what is the matter?" "His Majesty's faithful subjects have gained a great and most decisive victory near Blair of Athole, but alas, my gallant friend Lord Dundee—" "Has fallen?" said Edith, anticipating the rest of his tidings. "True, most true. He has fallen in the arms of victory, and not a man remains of talents and influence sufficient to fill up his loss in King James's service. This, Edith, is no time for temporizing with our duty. I have given directions to raise my followers, and I must take leave of you this evening." "Do not think of it, my lord," answered Edith. "Your life is essential to your friends. Do not throw it away in an adventure so rash. What can your single arm, and the few tenants or servants who might follow you, do against the force of almost all Scotland, the Highland clans only excepted?" "Listen to me, Edith," said Lord Evandale. "I am not so rash as you may suppose me, nor are my present motives of such light importance as to affect only those personally dependent on myself. The Life Guards, with whom I served so long, although new modelled and new officered by the Prince of Orange, retain a predilection for the cause of their rightful master." And here he whispered as if he feared even the walls of the apartment had ears. "When my foot is known to be in the stirrup, 2 regiments of cavalry have sworn to renounce the usurper's service, and fight under my orders. They delayed only till Dundee should descend into the Lowlands. But since he is no more, which of his successors dare take that decisive step, unless encouraged by the troops declaring themselves? Meantime, the zeal of the soldiers will die away. I must bring them to a decision while their hearts are glowing with the victory their old leader has obtained, and burning to avenge his untimely death." "And will you, on the faith of such men as you know these soldiers to be," said Edith, "take a part of such dreadful moment?" "I will," said Lord Evandale. "I must. My honour and loyalty are both pledged for it." "And all for the sake," continued Miss Bellenden, "of a prince whose measures, while he was on the throne, no one could condemn more than Lord Evandale." "Most true," replied Lord Evandale, "and as I resented, even during the plenitude of his power, his innovations on church and state, like a free-born subject, I am determined I will assert his real rights when he is in adversity, like a loyal one. Let courtiers and sycophants flatter power and desert misfortune, I will neither do the one nor the other. And if you are determined to act what my feeble judgment must still term rashly, why give yourself the pain of this untimely meeting?" "Were it not enough to answer," said Lord Evandale, "that ere rushing on battle I wish to bid adieu to my betrothed bride? Surely it is judging coldly of my feelings, and showing too plainly the indifference of your own, to question my motive for a request so natural." "But why in this place, my lord?" said Edith, "and why with such peculiar circumstances of mystery?" "Because," he replied, putting a letter into her hand, "I have yet another request, which I dare hardly proffer even when prefaced by these credentials." In haste and terror Edith glanced over the letter, which was from her grandmother. "My dearest child," such was its tenor in style and spelling, "I never more deeply regretted the rheumatism which disqualified me from riding on horseback, than at this present writing, when I would most have wished to be where this paper will soon be, that is at Fairy Knowe, with my poor dear Willie's only child. But it is the will of God I should not be with her, which I conclude to be the case, as much for the pain I now suffer, as because it hath now not given way either to camomile poultices or to decoction of wild mustard, wherewith I have often relieved others. Therefore I must tell you, by writing instead of word of mouth, that as my young Lord Evandale is called to the present campaign, both by his honour and his duty, he hath earnestly solicited me that the bonds of holy matrimony be knitted before his departure to the wars between you and him, in implement of the indenture formerly entered into for that effect, whereuntil, as I see no reasonable objection, so I trust that you, who have been always a good and obedient child, will not devise any which has less than reason. It is true that the contracts of our house have heretofore been celebrated in a manner more befitting our rank, and not in private, and with few witnesses, as a thing done in a corner, but it has been Heaven's own free will, as well as those of the kingdom where we live, to take away from us our estate, and from the king his throne. Yet I trust he will yet restore the rightful heir to the throne, and turn his heart to the true Protestant Episcopal faith, which I have the better right to expect to see even with my old eyes, as I have beheld the royal family when they were struggling as sorely with masterful usurpers and rebels as they are now, that is to say, when his most sacred Majesty Charles II of happy memory honoured our poor house of Tillytudlem by taking his disjune therein, etc., etc., etc. We will not abuse the reader's patience by quoting more of Lady Margaret's prolix epistle. Suffice it to say, that it closed by laying her commands on her grandchild to consent to the solemnization of her marriage without loss of time. "I never thought till this instant," said Edith, dropping the letter from her hand, "that Lord Evandale would have acted ungenerously." "Ungenerously, Edith?" replied her lover, "and how can you apply such a term to my desire to call you mine, ere I part from you, perhaps for ever?" "Lord Evandale ought to have remembered," said Edith, "that when his perseverance, and, I must add, a due sense of his merit and of the obligations we owed him, wrung from me a slow consent that I would one day comply with his wishes, I made it my condition that I should not be pressed to a hasty accomplishment of my promise, and now he avails himself of his interest with my only remaining relative to hurry me with precipitate and even indelicate importunity. There is more selfishness than generosity, my lord, in such eager and urgent solicitation." Lord Evandale, evidently much hurt, took 2 or 3 turns through the apartment ere he replied to this accusation. At length he spoke. "I should have escaped this painful charge, durst I at once have mentioned to Miss Bellenden my principal reason for urging this request. It is one which she will probably despise on her own account, but which ought to weigh with her for the sake of Lady Margaret. My death in battle must give my whole estate to my heirs of entail. My forfeiture as a traitor, by the usurping government, may vest it in the Prince of Orange or some Dutch favourite. In either case, my venerable friend and betrothed bride must remain unprotected and in poverty. Vested with the rights and provisions of Lady Evandale, Edith will find, in the power of supporting her aged parent, some consolation for having condescended to share the titles and fortunes of one who does not pretend to be worthy of her." Edith was struck dumb by an argument which she had not expected, and was compelled to acknowledge that Lord Evandale's suit was urged with delicacy as well as with consideration. "And yet," she said, "such is the waywardness with which my heart reverts to former times, that I cannot," she burst into tears, "suppress a degree of ominous reluctance at fulfilling my engagement upon such a brief summons." "We have already fully considered this painful subject," said Lord Evandale, "and I hoped, my dear Edith, your own inquiries, as well as mine, had fully convinced you that these regrets were fruitless." "Fruitless indeed," said Edith, with a deep sigh, which, as if by an unexpected echo, was repeated from the adjoining apartment. Miss Bellenden started at the sound, and scarcely composed herself upon Lord Evandale's assurances that she had heard but the echo of her own respiration. "It sounded strangely distinct," she said, "and almost ominous, but my feelings are so harassed that the slightest trifle agitates them." Lord Evandale eagerly attempted to soothe her alarm, and reconcile her to a measure which, however hasty, appeared to him the only means by which he could secure her independence. He urged his claim in virtue of the contract, her grandmother's wish and command, the propriety of ensuring her comfort and independence, and touched lightly on his own long attachment, which he had evinced by so many and such various services. These Edith felt the more, the less they were insisted upon, and at length, as she had nothing to oppose to his ardour, excepting a causeless reluctance, which she herself was ashamed to oppose against so much generosity, she was compelled to rest upon the impossibility of having the ceremony performed upon such hasty notice, at such a time and place. But for all this Lord Evandale was prepared, and he explained, with joyful alacrity, that the former chaplain of his regiment was in attendance at the lodge with a faithful domestic, once a non-commissioned officer in the same corps, that his sister was also possessed of the secret, and that Hedrick and his wife might be added to the list of witnesses, if agreeable to Miss Bellenden. As to the place, he had chosen it on very purpose. The marriage was to remain a secret, since Lord Evandale was to depart in disguise very soon after it was solemnized, a circumstance which, had their union been public, must have drawn upon him the attention of the government, as being altogether unaccountable unless from his being engaged in some dangerous design. Having hastily urged these motives, and explained his arrangements, he ran, without waiting for an answer, to summon his sister to attend his bride, while he went in search of the other persons whose presence was necessary. When Lady Emily arrived, she found her friend in an agony of tears, of which she was at some loss to comprehend the reason, being one of those damsels who think there is nothing either wonderful or terrible in matrimony, and joining with most who knew him in thinking that it could not be rendered peculiarly alarming by Lord Evandale being the bridegroom. Influenced by these feelings, she exhausted in succession all the usual arguments for courage, and all the expressions of sympathy and condolence ordinarily employed on such occasions. But when Lady Emily beheld her future sister-in-law deaf to all those ordinary topics of consolation, when she beheld tears follow fast, and without intermission, down cheeks as pale as marble, when she felt that the hand which she pressed in order to enforce her arguments turned cold within her grasp, and lay like that of a corpse, insensible and unresponsive to her caresses, her feelings of sympathy gave way to those of hurt pride and pettish displeasure. "I must own," she said, "that I am something at a loss to understand all this, Miss Bellenden. Months have passed since you agreed to marry my brother, and you have postponed the fulfilment of your engagement from one period to another, as if you had to avoid some dishonorable or highly disagreeable connection. I think I can answer for Lord Evandale that he will seek no woman's hand against her inclination, and though his sister, I may boldly say that he does not need to urge any lady further than her inclinations carry her. You will forgive me, Miss Bellenden, but your present distress augurs ill for my brother's future happiness, and I must needs say that he does not merit all these expressions of dislike and dolour, and that they seem an odd return for an attachment which he has manifested so long and in so many ways." "You are right, Lady Emily," said Edith, drying her eyes, and endeavouring to resume her natural manner, though still betrayed by her faltering voice and the paleness of her cheeks. "You are quite right. Lord Evandale merits such usage from no one, least of all from her whom he has honoured with his regard. But if I have given way, for the last time, to a sudden and irresistible burst of feeling, it is my consolation, Lady Emily, that your brother knows the cause, that I have hid nothing from him, and that he at least is not apprehensive of finding in Edith Bellenden a wife undeserving of his affection. But still you are right, and I merit your censure for indulging for a moment fruitless regret and painful remembrances. It shall be so no longer. My lot is cast with Evandale, and with him I am resolved to bear it. Nothing shall in future occur to excite his complaints or the resentment of his relations. No idle recollections of other days shall intervene to prevent the zealous and affectionate discharge of my duty. No vain illusions recall the memory of other days." As she spoke these words, she slowly raised her eyes, which had before been hidden by her hand, to the latticed window of her apartment, which was partly open, uttered a dismal shriek, and fainted. Lady Emily turned her eyes in the same direction, but saw only the shadow of a man, which seemed to disappear from the window, and terrified more by the state of Edith than by the apparition she had herself witnessed, she uttered shriek upon shriek for assistance. Her brother soon arrived, with the chaplain, and Jenny Dennison, but strong and vigorous remedies were necessary ere they could recall Miss Bellenden to sense and motion. Even then her language was wild and incoherent. "Press me no farther," she said to Lord Evandale. "It cannot be. Heaven and earth, the living and the dead, have leagued themselves against this ill-omened union. Take all I can give, my sisterly regard, my devoted friendship. I will love you as a sister and serve you as a bondswoman, but never speak to me more of marriage." The astonishment of Lord Evandale may easily be conceived. "Emily," he said to his sister, "this is your doing. I was accursed when I thought of bringing you here. Some of your confounded folly has driven her mad." "On my word, brother," answered Lady Emily, "you're sufficient to drive all the women in Scotland mad. Because your mistress seems much disposed to jilt you, you quarrel with your sister, who has been arguing in your cause, and had brought her to a quiet hearing, when all of a sudden a man looked in at a window, whom her crazed sensibility mistook either for you or some one else, and has treated us gratis with an excellent tragic scene." "What man? What window?" said Lord Evandale, in impatient displeasure. "Miss Bellenden is incapable of trifling with me, and yet what else could have—" "Hush, hush," said Jenny, whose interest lay particularly in shifting further inquiry. "For heaven's sake, my lord, speak low, for my lady begins to recover." Edith was no sooner somewhat restored to herself than she begged, in a feeble voice, to be left alone with Lord Evandale. All retreated, Jenny with her usual air of officious simplicity, Lady Emily and the chaplain with that of awakened curiosity. No sooner had they left the apartment than Edith beckoned Lord Evandale to sit beside her on the couch. Her next motion was to take his hand, in spite of his surprised resistance, to her lips. Her last was to sink from her seat and to clasp his knees. "Forgive me, my lord," she exclaimed, "forgive me. I must deal most untruly by you, and break a solemn engagement. You have my friendship, my highest regard, my most sincere gratitude. You have more. You have my word and my faith. But, oh, forgive me, for the fault is not mine. You have not my love, and I cannot marry you without a sin." "You dream, my dearest Edith," said Evandale, perplexed in the utmost degree. "You let your imagination beguile you. This is but some delusion of an over-sensitive mind. The person whom you preferred to me has been long in a better world, where your unavailing regret cannot follow him, or if it could, would only diminish his happiness." "You are mistaken, Lord Evandale," said Edith solemnly. "I am not a sleepwalker or a madwoman. No, I could not have believed from any one what I have seen. But having seen him, I must believe mine own eyes." "Seen him? Seen whom?" asked Lord Evandale, in great anxiety. "Henry Morton," replied Edith, uttering these two words as if they were her last, and very nearly fainting when she had done so. "Miss Bellenden," said Lord Evandale, "you treat me like a fool or a child. If you repent your engagement to me," he continued indignantly, "I am not a man to enforce it against your inclination, but deal with me as a man, and forbear this trifling." He was about to go on, when he perceived, from her quivering eye and pallid cheek, that nothing less than imposture was intended, and that by whatever means her imagination had been so impressed, it was really disturbed by unaffected awe and terror. He changed his tone, and exerted all his eloquence in endeavoring to soothe and extract from her the secret cause of such terror. "I saw him," she repeated. I saw Henry Morton stand at that window and look into the apartment at the moment I was on the point of abjuring him forever. His face was darker, thinner, and paler than it was wont to be. His dress was a horseman's cloak, and hat looped down over his face. His expression was like that he wore on that dreadful morning when he was examined by Claverhouse at Tillietudlem. Ask your sister, ask Lady Emily, if she did not see him as well as I. I know what has called him up. He came to upbraid me, that while my heart was with him in the deep and dead sea, I was about to give my hand to another. My lord, it is ended between you and me. Be the consequences what they will, she cannot marry whose union disturbs the repose of the dead. Good heaven, said Evandale, as he paced the room, half mad himself with surprise and vexation. Her fine understanding must be totally overthrown, and that by the effort which she has made to comply with my ill-timed, though well-meant request. Without rest and attention, her health is ruined for ever. At this moment the door opened, and Halliday, who had been Lord Evandale's principal personal attendant since they both left the Guards on the Revolution, stumbled into the room with a countenance as pale and ghastly as terror could paint it. "What is the matter next, Halliday?" cried his master, starting up. "Any discovery of the—" He had just recollection sufficient to stop short in the midst of the dangerous sentence. "No, sir," said Halliday, "it is not that, nor anything like that, but I have seen a ghost." "A ghost, you eternal idiot!" said Lord Evandale, forced altogether out of his patience. "Has all mankind sworn to go mad in order to drive me so? What ghost, you simpleton?" "The ghost of Henry Morton, the Whig captain at Bothwell Bridge," replied Halliday. "He passed by me like a fire flaught when I was in the garden." "This is midsummer madness," said Lord Evandale, "or there is some strange villainy afloat. Jenny, attend your lady to her chamber, while I endeavour to find a clue to all this." But Lord Evandale's inquiries were in vain. Jenny, who might have given, had she chosen, a very satisfactory explanation, had an interest to leave the matter in darkness, and interest was a matter which now weighed principally with Jenny, since the possession of an active and affectionate husband in her own proper right had altogether allayed her spirit of coquetry. She had made the best use of the first moments of confusion hastily to remove all traces of any one having slept in the apartment adjoining to the parlour, and even to erase the mark of footsteps beneath the window, through which she conjectured Morton's face had been seen, while attempting, ere he left the garden, to gain one look at her whom he had so long loved, and was now on the point of losing for ever. That he had passed Halliday in the garden was equally clear, and she learned from her elder boy, whom she had employed to have the stranger's horse saddled and ready for his departure, that he had rushed into the stable, thrown the child a broad gold piece, and mounting his horse, had ridden with fearful rapidity down towards the Clyde. The secret was, therefore, in their own family, and Jenny was resolved it should remain so. For, to be sure, she said, although her lady and Halliday kenned Mr. Morton by broad daylight, that was no reason I should own to kenning him in the gloaming and by candlelight, and him keeping his face from Cutty and me all the time. So she stood resolutely upon the negative when examined by Lord Evandale. As for Halliday, he could only say that as he entered the garden door the supposed apparition met him, walking swiftly, and with a visage on which anger and grief appeared to be contending. He knew him well, he said, having been repeatedly guard upon him, and obliged to write down his marks of stature and visage in case of escape. And there were few faces like Mr. Morton's. But what should make him haunt the country where he was neither hanged nor shot, he, the said Halliday, did not pretend to conceive. Lady Emily confessed she had seen the face of a man at the window, but her evidence went no farther. John Goodyeal deponed nil novit in causa. He had left his gardening to get his morning dram just at the time when the apparition had taken place. Lady Emily's servant was waiting orders in the kitchen, and there was not another being within a quarter of a mile of the house. Lord Evandale returned perplexed and dissatisfied in the highest degree at beholding a plan which he thought necessary, not less for the protection of Edith in contingent circumstances than for the assurance of his own happiness, and which he had brought so very near perfection, thus broken off without any apparent or rational cause. His knowledge of Edith's character set her beyond the suspicion of covering any capricious change of determination by a pretended vision, but he would have set the apparition down to the influence of an overstrained imagination, agitated by the circumstances in which she had so suddenly been placed, had it not been for the coinciding testimony of Halliday, who had no reason for thinking of Morton more than any other person, and knew nothing of Miss Bellenden's vision when he promulgated his own. On the other hand, it seemed in the highest degree improbable that Morton, so long and so vainly sought after, and who was, with such good reason, supposed to be lost, when the Vryheid of Rotterdam went down with crew and passengers, should be alive and lurking in this country, where there was no longer any reason why he should not openly show himself, since the present government favoured his party in politics. When Lord Evandale reluctantly brought himself to communicate these doubts to the chaplain, in order to obtain his opinion, he could only obtain a long lecture on demonology, in which, after quoting Del Rio and Berthoud and de Lancre on the subject of apparitions, together with sundry civilians and common lawyers on the nature of testimony, the learned gentleman expressed his definite and determined opinion to be, either that there had been an actual apparition of the deceased Henry Morton's spirit, the possibility of which he was, as a divine and a philosopher, neither fully prepared to admit or to deny, or else that the said Henry Morton, being still in rerum natura, had appeared in his proper person that morning, or finally that some strong deceptio vicis, or striking similitude of person, had deceived the eyes of Miss Bellenden and of Thomas Halliday. Which of these was the most probable hypothesis the doctor declined to pronounce, but expressed himself ready to die in the opinion that one or other of them had occasioned that morning's disturbance. Lord Evandale soon had additional cause for distressful anxiety. Miss Bellenden was declared to be dangerously ill. "I will not leave this place," he exclaimed, "till she is pronounced to be in safety. I neither can nor ought to do so, for whatever may have been the immediate occasion of her illness, I gave the first cause for it by my unhappy solicitation." He established himself, therefore, as a guest in the family, which the presence of his sister, as well as of Lady Margaret Bellenden, who, in despite of her rheumatism, caused herself to be transported thither when she heard of her granddaughter's illness, rendered a step equally natural and delicate, and thus he anxiously awaited until, without injury to her health, Edith could sustain a final explanation ere his departure on his expedition. "She shall never," said the generous young man, "look on her engagement with me as the means of fettering her to a union the idea of which seems almost to unhinge her understanding. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Ah, happy hills! Ah, pleasing shades! Ah, fields beloved in vain, where once my careless childhood strayed, a stranger yet to pain, owed on a distant prospect of Eton College. It is not by corporal wants and infirmities only that men of the most distinguished talents are levelled, during their lifetime, with the common mass of mankind. There are periods of mental agitation when the firmest of mortals must be ranked with the weakest of his brethren, and when, in paying the general tax of humanity, his distresses are even aggravated by feeling that he transgresses, in the indulgence of his grief, the rules of religion and philosophy by which he endeavors in general to regulate his passions and his actions. It was during such a paroxysm that the unfortunate Morton left Fairy No, to know that his long-loved and still beloved Edith, whose image had filled his mind for so many years, was on the point of marriage to his early rival, who had laid claim to her heart by so many services as hardly left her a title to refuse his addresses. Bitter as the intelligence was, yet came not as an unexpected blow. During his residence abroad, he had once written to Edith. It was to bid her farewell forever, and to conjure her to forget him. He had requested her not to answer his letter, yet he half hoped, for many a day, that she might transgress his injunction. The letter never reached her to whom it was addressed, and Morton, ignorant of its miscarriage, could only conclude himself laid aside and forgotten, according to his own self-denying request. All that he had heard of their mutual relations since his return to Scotland prepared him to expect that he could only look upon Miss Bellenden as the betrothed bride of Lord Evandale, and even if freed from the burden of obligation to the latter, it would still have been inconsistent with Morton's generosity of disposition to disturb their arrangements by attempting the assertion of a claim proscribed by absence, never sanctioned by the consent of friends, and barred by 1,000 circumstances of difficulty. Why then did he seek the cottage which their broken fortunes had now rendered the retreat of Lady Margaret Bellenden and her granddaughter? He yielded, we are under the necessity of acknowledging, to the impulse of an inconsistent wish which many might have felt in his situation. Accident apprised him, while travelling towards his native district, that the ladies, near whose mansion he must necessarily pass, were absent, and learning that Cuddy and his wife acted as their principal domestics, he could not resist pausing at their cottage to learn, if possible, the real progress which Lord Evandale had made in the affections of Miss Bellenden. Alas, no longer his Edith. This rash experiment ended as we have related, and he parted from the house of Fairy No, conscious that he was still beloved by Edith, yet compelled by faith and honour to relinquish her for ever. With what feelings he must have listened to the dialogue between Lord Evandale and Edith, the greater part of which he involuntarily overheard, the reader must conceive, for we dare not attempt to describe them. An 100 times he was tempted to burst upon their interview, or to exclaim aloud, "Edith, I yet live!" and as often the recollection of her plighted troth, and of the debt of gratitude which he owed Lord Evandale, to whose influence with Claverhouse he justly ascribed his escape from torture and from death, withheld him from a rashness which might indeed have involved all in further distress, but gave little prospect of forwarding his own happiness. He repressed forcibly these selfish emotions, though with an agony which thrilled his every nerve. "No, Edith," was his internal oath, "never will I add a thorn to thy pillow. That which Heaven has ordained, let it be, and let me not add, by my selfish sorrows, one atom's weight to the burden thou hast to bear. I was dead to thee when thy resolution was adopted, and never, never shalt thou know that Henry Morton still lives." As he formed this resolution, diffident of his own power to keep it, and seeking that firmness in flight which was every moment shaken by his continuing within hearing of Edith's voice, he hastily rushed from his apartment by the little closet and the sash door which led to the garden. But firmly as he thought his resolution was fixed, he could not leave the spot where the last tones of a voice so beloved still vibrated on his ear, without endeavouring to avail himself of the opportunity which the parlour window afforded to steal one last glance at the lovely speaker. It was in this attempt, made while Edith seemed to have her eyes unalterably bent upon the ground, that Morton's presence was detected by her raising them suddenly, so soon as her wild scream made this known to the unfortunate object of a passion so constant, and which seemed so ill-fated. He hurried from the place as if pursued by the Furies. He passed Halliday in the garden without recognizing or even being sensible that he had seen him, threw himself on his horse, and by a sort of instinct rather than recollection took the first by-road in preference to the public route to Hamilton. In all probability this prevented Lord Evandale from learning that he was actually in existence, for the news that the Highlanders had obtained a decisive victory at Killiecrankie had occasioned an accurate lookout to be kept, by order of the government, on all the passes, for fear of some commotion among the Lowland Jacobites. They did not omit to post sentinels on Bothwell Bridge, and as these men had not seen any traveller pass westward in that direction, and as besides their comrades stationed in the village of Bothwell were equally positive that none had gone eastward, the apparition, in the existence of which Edith and Halliday were equally positive, became yet more mysterious in the judgment of Lord Evandale, who was finally inclined to settle in the belief that the heated and disturbed imagination of Edith had summoned up the phantom she stated herself to have seen, and that Halliday had, in some unaccountable manner, been infected by the same superstition. Meanwhile, the by-path which Morton pursued, with all the speed which his vigorous horse could exert, brought him in a very few seconds to the brink of the Clyde, at a spot marked with the feet of horses, who were conducted to it as a watering place. The steed, urged as he was to the gallop, did not pause a single instant, but throwing himself into the river was soon beyond his depth. The plunge which the animal made as his feet quitted the ground, with the feeling that the cold water rose above his sword belt, were the first incidents which recalled Morton, whose movements had been hitherto mechanical, to the necessity of taking measures for preserving himself and the noble animal which he bestrode. A perfect master of all manly exercises, the management of a horse in water was as familiar to him as when upon a meadow. He directed the animal's course somewhat down the stream towards a low plain, or holm, which seemed to promise an easy egress from the river. In the first and second attempt to get on shore, the horse was frustrated by the nature of the ground, and nearly fell backwards on his rider. The instinct of self-preservation seldom fails, even in the most desperate circumstances, to recall the human mind to some degree of equipoise, unless when altogether distracted by terror, and Morton was obliged to the danger in which he was placed for complete recovery of his self-possession. A third attempt, at a spot more carefully and judiciously selected, succeeded better than the former, and placed the horse and his rider in safety upon the farther and left-hand bank of the Clyde. "But whither," said Morton, in the bitterness of his heart, "am I now to direct my course? Or rather, what does it signify to which point of the compass a wretch so forlorn betakes himself? I would to God, could the wish be without a sin, that these dark waters had flowed over me, and drowned my recollection of that which was, and that which is." The sense of impatience which the disturbed state of his feelings had occasioned scarcely had vented itself in these violent expressions ere he was struck with shame at having given way to such a paroxysm. He remembered how signally the life which he now held so lightly in the bitterness of his disappointment had been preserved through the almost incessant perils which had beset him since he entered upon his public career. "I am a fool," he said, "and worse than a fool, to set light by that existence which Heaven has so often preserved in the most marvellous manner. Something there yet remains for me in this world, were it only to bear my sorrows like a man, and to aid those who need my assistance. What have I seen, what have I heard, but the very conclusion of that which I knew was to happen? They," he durst not utter their names even in soliloquy, "they are embarrassed and in difficulties. She is stripped of her inheritance, and he seems rushing on some dangerous career, with which, but for the low voice in which he spoke, I might have become acquainted. Are there no means to aid or to warn them?" As he pondered upon this topic, forcibly withdrawing his mind from his own disappointment, and compelling his attention to the affairs of Edith and her betrothed husband, the letter of Burleigh, long forgotten, suddenly rushed on his memory, like a ray of light darting through a mist. Their ruin must have been his work, was his internal conclusion. If it can be repaired, it must be through his means, or by information obtained from him. I will search him out. Stern, crafty, and enthusiastic as he is, my plain and downright rectitude of purpose has more than once prevailed with him. I will seek him out, at least. And who knows what influence the information I may acquire from him may have on the fortunes of those whom I shall never see more, and who will probably never learn that I am now suppressing my own grief, to add, if possible, to their happiness. Animated by these hopes, though the foundation was but slight, he sought the nearest way to the high road, and as all the tracks through the valley were known to him since he hunted through them in youth, he had no other difficulty than that of surmounting one or two enclosures ere he found himself on the road to the small burg where the feast of the popinjay had been celebrated. He journeyed in a state of mind sad indeed and dejected, yet relieved from its earlier and more intolerable state of anguish, for virtuous resolution and manly disinterestedness seldom fail to restore tranquillity even where they cannot create happiness. He turned his thoughts with strong effort upon the means of discovering Burleigh, and the chance there was of extracting from him any knowledge which he might possess favourable to her in whose cause he interested himself, and at length formed the resolution of guiding himself by the circumstances in which he might discover the object of his quest, trusting that, from Cuddy's account of a schism betwixt Burleigh and his brethren of the Presbyterian persuasion, he might find him less rancorously disposed against Miss Bellenden, and inclined to exert the power which he asserted himself to possess over her fortunes more favourably than heretofore. Noontide had passed away when our traveller found himself in the neighbourhood of his deceased uncle's habitation of Milnwood. It rose among glades and groves that were chequered with 1,000 early recollections of joy and sorrow, and made upon Morton that mournful impression, soft and affecting, yet withal soothing, which the sensitive mind usually receives from a return to the haunts of childhood and early youth, after having experienced the vicissitudes and tempests of public life. A strong desire came upon him to visit the house itself. Old Allison, he thought, will not know me more than the honest couple whom I saw yesterday. I may indulge my curiosity and proceed on my journey without her having any knowledge of my existence. I think they said my uncle had bequeathed to her my family mansion. Well, be it so. I have enough to sorrow for to enable me to dispense with lamenting such a disappointment as that. And yet methinks he has chosen an odd successor in my grumbling old dame to a line of respectable, if not distinguished, ancestry. Let it be as it may, I will visit the old mansion at least once more. The house of Milnwood, even in its best days, had nothing cheerful about it, but its gloom appeared to be doubled under the auspices of the old housekeeper. Everything, indeed, was in repair. There were no slates deficient upon the steep grey roof, and no panes broken in the narrow windows, but the grass in the courtyard looked as if the foot of man had not been there for years. The doors were carefully locked, and that which admitted to the hall seemed to have been shut for a length of time, since the spiders had fairly drawn their webs over the doorway and the staples. Living sight or sound there was none, until after much knocking, Morton heard the little window, through which it was usual to reconnoitre visitors, open with much caution. The face of Allison, puckered with some score of wrinkles, in addition to those with which it was furrowed when Morton left Scotland, now presented itself, enveloped in a toy, from under the protection of which some of her grey tresses had escaped, in a manner more picturesque than beautiful, while her shrill, tremulous voice demanded the cause of the knocking. "I wish to speak an instant with one Ellison Wilson, who resides here," said Henry. "She's no at home the day," answered Mrs. Wilson, in propria persona, the state of whose headdress, perhaps, inspired her with this direct mode of denying herself, "and ye are but a misleared person to speer for her in sic a manner. Ye might have had an M under your belt for Mistress Wilson of Milnwood." "I beg pardon," said Morton, internally smiling at finding in old Ailie the same jealousy of disrespect which she used to exhibit upon former occasions. "I beg pardon. I am but a stranger in this country, and have been so long abroad that I have almost forgotten my own language." "Did ye come from foreign parts?" said Ailie. "Then maybe ye may have heard of a young gentleman of this country that they call Henry Morton." "I have heard," said Morton, "of such a name in Germany." "Then bide a wee bit where ye are, friend, or stay, gang round by the back of the house, and ye'll find a lath door. It's on the latch, for it's never barred till sunset. Ye'll open it, and take care ye dinna fall over the tub, for the entry's dark, and then ye'll turn to the right, and then ye'll hand straight forward, and then ye'll turn to the right again, and ye'll take heed of the cellar stairs, and then ye'll be at the door of the little kitchen. It's all the kitchen that's at Milnwood now, and I'll come down to ye, and whatever ye would say to Mistress Wilson, ye may very safely tell it to me." A stranger might have had some difficulty, notwithstanding the minuteness of the directions supplied by Ailie, to pilot himself in safety through the dark labyrinth of passages that led from the back door to the little kitchen, but Henry was too well acquainted with the navigation of these straits to experience danger, either from the Scylla, which lurked on one side in shape of a bucking tub, or the Charybdis, which yawned on the other in the profundity of a winding cellar stair. His only impediment arose from the snarling and vehement barking of a small cocking spaniel, once his own property, but which, unlike to the faithful Argus, saw his master return from his wanderings without any symptom of recognition. "The little dogs and all," said Morton to himself, on being disowned by his former favourite. "I am so changed that no breathing creature that I have known and loved will now acknowledge me." At this moment he had reached the kitchen, and soon after the tread of Alison's high heels and the pat of the crutch-handled cane, which served at once to prop and to guide her footsteps, were heard upon the stairs, an annunciation which continued for some time ere she fairly reached the kitchen. Morton had, therefore, time to survey the slender preparations for housekeeping, which were now sufficient in the house of his ancestors. The fire, though coals are plenty in that neighbourhood, was husbanded with the closest attention to economy of fuel, and the small pipkin, in which was preparing the dinner of the old woman and her maid of all work, a girl of 12 years old, intimated by its thin and watery vapour that Ailie had not mended her cheer with her improved fortune. When she entered, the head, which nodded with self-importance, the features, in which an irritable peevishness, acquired by habit and indulgence, strove with a temper naturally affectionate and good-natured, the coif, the apron, the blue-checked gown, were all those of old Ailie, but laced pinners, hastily put on to meet the stranger, with some other trifling articles of decoration, marked the difference between Mrs. Wilson, life rentrix of Milnwood, and the housekeeper of the late proprietor. "What were ye pleased to want with Mrs. Wilson, sir?" "I am Mrs. Wilson," was her first address, for the 5 minutes' time which she had gained for the business of the toilet entitled her, she conceived, to assume the full merit of her illustrious name, and shine forth on her guest in unchastened splendour. Morton's sensations, confounded between the past and present, fairly confused him so much that he would have had difficulty in answering her, even if he had known well what to say. But as he had not determined what character he was to adopt, while concealing that which was properly his own, he had an additional reason for remaining silent. Mrs. Wilson, in perplexity and with some apprehension, repeated her question. "What were ye pleased to want with me, sir? Ye said ye kenned Mr. Henry Morton." "Pardon me, madam," answered Henry, "it was of one Silas Morton I spoke." The old woman's countenance fell. "It was his father, then, ye kent of, the brother of the late Milnwood? He canna mind him abroad, I would think. He was come home afore ye were born. I thought ye had brought me news of poor Master Harry." "It was from my father I learned to know Colonel Morton," said Henry. "Of the son I know little or nothing. Rumour says he died abroad on his passage to Holland." "That's over like to be true," said the old woman, with a sigh, "and many a tear it's cost my old His uncle, poor gentleman, had soft away with it in his mouth. He had been giving me precise directions anent the bread and the wine and the brandy at his burial, and how often it was to be handed round the company, for, dead or alive, he was a prudent, frugal, painstaking man. And then he said he, Ailie, he aye called me Ailie, we were old acquaintance, Ailie, take ye care and hold the gear well together, for the name of Morton of Milnwood's gone out like the last sough of an old song. And so he fell out of one dwam into another, and never spake a word more, unless it were something we couldna make out about a dipped candle being good enough to see to dee with. He could never bide to see a moulded one, and there was one by ill luck on the table. While Mrs. Wilson was thus detailing the last moments of the old miser, Morton was pressingly engaged in diverting the assiduous curiosity of the dog, which recovered from his first surprise, and combining former recollections, had, after much snuffing and examination, begun a course of capering and jumping upon the stranger, which threatened every instant to betray him. At length, in the urgency of his impatience, Morton could not forbear exclaiming, in a tone of hasty impatience, "Down, Elphin, down, sir!" "Ye ken our dog's name?" said the old lady, struck with great and sudden surprise. "Ye ken our dog's name, and it's no a common one, and the creature kens you too," she continued, in a more agitated and shriller tone. "God guide us, it's my own bairn." So saying, the poor old woman threw herself around Morton's neck, clinged to him, kissed him as if he had been actually her child, and wept for joy. There was no parrying the discovery, if he could have had the heart to attempt any further disguise. He returned the embrace with the most grateful warmth, and answered, "I do indeed live, dear Ailie, to thank you for all your kindness, past and present, and to rejoice that there is at least one friend to welcome me to my native country." "Friends!" exclaimed Ailie, "ye'll have many friends, for ye will have gear, hinny, ye will have gear. Heaven make ye a good guide of it. But, sirs," she continued, pushing him back from her with her trembling hand and shrivelled arm, and gazing in his face, as if to read, at more convenient distance, the ravages which sorrow rather than time had made on his face. Sirs, you're sore altered, hinny. Your face is turned pale, and your eyne are sunken, and your bonny red and white cheeks are turned all dark and sunburnt. Oh, weary on the wars! Many's the comely face they destroy. And when came ye here, hinny? And where have ye been? And what have ye been doing? And what for did ye no write to us? And how came you to pass yourself for dead? And what for did ye come creeping to your own house, as if ye had been an unto body, to give poor old Ally sick a start?" she concluded, smiling through her tears. It was some time ere Morton could overcome his own emotion, so as to give the kind old woman the information which we shall communicate to our readers in the next chapter. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A merle that was, but that is gone for being Richard's friend, and madam, You must call him Rutland now. Richard II. The scene of explanation was hastily removed from the little kitchen to Mrs. Wilson's own matted room, the very same which she had occupied as housekeeper, and which she continued to retain. It was, she said, better secured against sifting winds than the hall, which she had found dangerous to her rheumatisms, and it was more fitting for her use than the late Milnwood's apartment, honest man, which gave her sad thoughts. And as for the great oak parlour, it was never opened but to be aired, washed, and dusted, according to the invariable practice of the family, unless upon their most solemn festivals. In the matted room, therefore, they were settled, surrounded by pickle pots and conserves of all kinds, which the ci devant housekeeper continued to compound out of mere habit, although neither she herself nor any one else ever partook of the comfits which she so regularly prepared. Morton, adapting his narrative to the comprehension of his auditor, informed her briefly of the wreck of the vessel and the loss of all hands, excepting 2 or 3 common seamen who had early secured the skiff and were just putting off from the vessel when he leaped from the deck into their boat, and unexpectedly, as well as contrary to their inclination, made himself partner of their voyage and of their safety. Landed at Flushing, he was fortunate enough to meet with an old officer who had been in service with his father. By his advice, he shunned going immediately to the Hague, but forwarded his letters to the court of the stadtholder. Our prince, said the veteran, must as yet keep terms with his father-in-law and with your King Charles, and to approach him in the character of a Scottish malcontent would render it imprudent for him to distinguish you by his favour. Wait, therefore, his orders, without forcing yourself on his notice. Observe the strictest prudence and retirement. Assume for the present a different name. Shun the company of the British exiles, and depend upon it, you will not repent your prudence. The old friend of Silas Morton argued justly. After a considerable time had elapsed, the Prince of Orange, in a progress through the United States, came to the town where Morton, impatient at his situation and the incognito which he was obliged to observe, still continued, nevertheless, to be a resident. He had an hour of private interview assigned, in which the prince expressed himself highly pleased with his intelligence, his prudence, and the liberal view which he seemed to take of the factions of his native country, their motives, and their purposes. I would gladly, said William, attach you to my own person, but that cannot be without giving offence in England. But I will do as much for you, as well out of respect for the sentiments you have expressed, as for the recommendations you have brought me. Here is a commission in a Swiss regiment, at present in garrison in a distant province, where you will meet few or none of your countrymen. Continue to be Captain Melville, and let the name of Morton sleep till better days. Thus began my fortune, continued Morton, and my services have, on various occasions, been distinguished by his Royal Highness, until the moment that brought him to Britain as our political deliverer. His commands must excuse my silence to my few friends in Scotland, and I wonder not at the report of my death, considering the wreck of the vessel, and that I found no occasion to use the letters of exchange with which I was furnished by the liberality of some of them, a circumstance which must have confirmed the belief that I had perished. But, dear Hinny, asked Mrs. Wilson, did ye find no Scotch body at the Prince of Oranger's court that kenned ye? I would have thought Morton of Milnwood was kenned all through the country. I was purposely engaged in distant service, said Morton, until a period when few, without as deep and kind a motive of interest as yours, Ailie, would have known the stripling Morton in Major General Melville." "Malville was your mother's name," said Mrs. Wilson, "but Morton sounds far bonnier in my old lugs. And when ye take up the lairdship, ye maun take the old name and designation again." "I am like to be in no haste to do either the one or the other, Ailie, for I have some reasons for the present to conceal my being alive from every one but you, and as for the lairdship of Milnwood, it is in as good hands." "As good hands, hinny!" re-echoed Ailie. "I'm hopeful ye are no meaning mine. The rents and the lands are but a sore fash to me, and I'm over fail to take a helpmate, though Wiley MacTrickett the writer was very pressing, and spake very civilly. But I'm over old a cat to draw that stray before me. He canna willawha me as he's done many a one. And then I thought ye would come back, and I would get my pickle meal and my soup milk, and keep all things right about ye as I used to do in your poor uncle's time, and it would be just pleasure enough for me to see ye thrive and guide the gear canny. Ye'll have learned that in Holland, I'se warrant, for they're thrifty folk there, as I hear tell. But ye'll be for keeping rather a more house than poor old Milnwood that's gave. And indeed, I would approve of your eating butcher meat maybe as often as 3 times a week. It keeps the wind out of the stomach." "We will talk of all this another time," said Morton, surprised at the generosity upon a large scale which mingled in Ailie's thoughts and actions with habitual and sordid parsimony, and at the odd contrast between her love of saving and indifference to self-acquisition. "You must know," he continued, "that I am in this country only for a few days on some special business of importance to the government, and therefore, Ailie, not a word of having seen me. At some other time I will acquaint you fully with my motives and intentions." "Even be it so, my Jo," replied Ailie. "I can keep a secret like my neighbours, and well old Milnwood kenned it, honest man, for he told me where he keepit his gear, and that's what most folk like to have as private as possibly may be. But come away with me, hinny, till I show ye the oak parlour, how grandly it's keepit, just as if ye had been expected home every day. I loot nobody sort it but my own hands. It was a kind of divertisement to me, though whiles the tear ran into my eye, and I said to myself, what needs I fash with grates and carpets and cushions and the muckle brass candlesticks any more, for they'll never come home that ought it rightfully." With these words she hauled him away to the sanctum sanctorum, the scrubbing and cleaning whereof was her daily employment, as its high state of good order constituted the very pride of her heart. Morton, as he followed her into the room, underwent a rebuke for not dighting his shoon, which showed that Ailie had not relinquished her habits of authority. On entering the oak parlour, he could not but recollect the feelings of solemn awe with which, when a boy, he had been affected at his occasional and rare admission to an apartment which he then supposed had not its equal save in the halls of princes. It may be readily supposed that the worked worsted chairs, with their short ebony legs and long upright backs, had lost much of their influence over his mind, that the large brass andirons seemed diminished in splendour, that the green worsted tapestry appeared no masterpiece of the arras loom, and that the room looked, on the whole, dark, gloomy, and disconsolate. Yet there were 2 objects, the counterfeit presentment of 2 brothers, which, dissimilar as those described by Hamlet, affected his mind with a variety of sensations. One full-length portrait represented his father in complete armor, with a countenance indicating his masculine and determined character, and the other set forth his uncle in velvet and brocade, looking as if he were ashamed of his own finery, though entirely indebted for it to the liberality of the painter. It was an idle fancy, Ailie said, to dress the honest old man in the expensive fal-lals that he never wore in his life, instead of his dowse raplock grey, and his band with the narrow edging. In private, Morton could not help being much of her opinion, for anything approaching to the dress of a gentleman sat as ill on the ungainly person of his relative as an open or generous expression would have done on his mean and money-making features. He now extricated himself from Ailie to visit some of his haunts in the neighbouring wood, while her own hands made an addition to the dinner she was preparing, an incident no otherwise remarkable than as it cost the life of a fowl, which, for any event of less importance than the arrival of Henry Morton, might have cackled on to a good old age ere Ailie could have been guilty of the extravagance of killing and dressing it. The meal was seasoned by talk of old times, and by the plans which Ailie laid out for futurity, in which she assigned her young master all the prudential habits of her old one, and planned out the dexterity with which she was to exercise her duty as governante. Morton let the old woman enjoy her daydreams and castle building during moments of such pleasure, and deferred till some fitter occasion the communication of his purpose again to return and spend his life upon the continent. His next care was to lay aside his military dress, which he considered likely to render more difficult his researches after Burleigh. He exchanged it for a grey doublet and cloak, formerly his usual attire at Milnwood, and which Mrs. Wilson produced from a chest of walnut tree, wherein she had laid them aside, without forgetting carefully to brush and air them from time to time. Morton retained his sword and firearms, without which few persons travelled in those unsettled times. When he appeared in his new attire, Mrs. Wilson was first thankful that they fitted him so decently, since, though he was no fatter, yet he looked more manly than when he was taken from Milnwood. Next she enlarged on the advantage of saving old clothes to be what she called beatmasters to the new, and was far advanced in the history of a velvet cloak belonging to the late Milnwood, which had first been converted to a velvet doublet, and then into a pair of breeches, and appeared each time as good as new, when Morton interrupted her account of its transmigration to bid her good-bye. He gave, indeed, a sufficient shock to her feelings, by expressing the necessity he was under of proceeding on his journey that evening. "And where are ye going? And what would ye do that for? And where would ye sleep but in your own house, after ye have been so many years from home? I feel all the unkindness of it, Ailie, but it must be so, and that was the reason that I attempted to conceal myself from you, as I suspected you would not let me part from you so easily." "But where are ye going, then?" said Ailie once more. "Saw ever mortal e'en the like of you, just to come one moment, and flee away like an arrow out of a bow the next." "I must go down," replied Morton, "to Neil Blaine, the piper's houff. He can give me a bed, I suppose?" "A bed, I'se warrant can he," replied Ailie, "and gar ye pay well for it into the bargain. Laddie, I dare say ye have lost your wits in those foreign parts to gang and give siller for a supper and a bed, and might have both for nothing, and thanks to you for accepting them." "I assure you, Ailie," said Morton, desirous to silence her remonstrances, "that this is a business of great importance, in which I may be a great gainer, and cannot possibly be a loser." "I dinna see how that can be, if ye begin by giving maybe the feck of 12 shillings Scots for your supper; but young folks are aye venturesome, and think to get siller that way. My poor old master took a surer gate, and never parted with it when he had once gotten it." Persevering in his desperate resolution, Morton took leave of Ailie, and mounted his horse to proceed to the little town, after exacting a solemn promise that she would conceal his return until she again saw or heard from him. "I am not very extravagant," was his natural reflection, as he trotted slowly towards the town, "but were Ailie and I to set up house together, as she proposes, I think my profusion would break the good old creature's heart before a week were out." Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. "Where's the jolly host you told me of? It has been my custom ever to parley with mine host." Lover's Progress. Morton reached the borough town without meeting with any remarkable adventure, and alighted at the little inn. It had occurred to him more than once, while upon his journey, that his resumption of the dress which he had worn while a youth, although favourable to his views in other respects, might render it more difficult for him to remain incognito. But a few years of campaigns and wandering had so changed his appearance, that he had great confidence that in the grown man, whose brows exhibited the traces of resolution and considerate thought, none would recognize the raw and bashful stripling who won the game of the popinjay. The only chance was that here and there some Whig, whom he had led to battle, might remember the captain of the Milnwood marksmen, but the risk, if there was any, could not be guarded against. The Howff seemed full and frequented, as if possessed of all its old celebrity. The person and demeanour of Neil Blaine, more fat and less civil than of yore, intimated that he had increased as well in purse as in corpulence, for in Scotland a landlord's complaisance for his guests decreases in exact proportion to his rise in the world. His daughter had acquired the air of a dexterous barmaid, undisturbed by the circumstances of love and war so apt to perplex her in the exercise of her vocation. Both showed Morton the degree of attention which could have been expected by a stranger travelling without attendants, at a time when they were particularly the badges of distinction. He took upon himself exactly the character his appearance presented, went to the stable and saw his horse accommodated, then returned to the house, and seating himself in the public room, for to request one to himself would, in those days, have been thought an overweening degree of conceit, he found himself in the very apartment in which he had some years before celebrated his victory at the game of the popinjay, a jocular preferment which led to so many serious consequences. He felt himself, as may well be supposed, a much changed man since that festivity, and yet to look around him, the groups assembled in the Howff seemed not dissimilar to those which the same scene had formerly presented. 2 or 3 burghers husbanded their dribbles of brandy, 2 or 3 dragoons lounged over their muddy ale, and cursed the inactive times that allowed them no better cheer. Their cornet did not, indeed, play at backgammon with the curate in his cassock, but he drank a little modicum of aqua mirabilis with the grey-cloaked Presbyterian minister. The scene was another, and yet the same, differing only in persons, but corresponding in general character. Let the tide of the world wax or wane as it will, Morton thought as he looked around him, enough will be found to fill the places which chance renders vacant, and in the usual occupations and amusements of life human beings will succeed each other as leaves upon the same tree, with the same individual difference and the same general resemblance. After pausing a few minutes, Morton, whose experience had taught him the readiest mode of securing attention, ordered a pint of claret, and as the smiling landlord appeared with the pewter measure foaming fresh from the tap, for bottling wine was not then in fashion, he asked him to sit down and take a share of the good cheer. This invitation was peculiarly acceptable to Neil Blaine, who, if he did not positively expect it from every guest not provided with better company, yet received it from many, and was not a whit abashed or surprised at the summons. He sat down along with his guest in a secluded nook near the chimney, and while he received encouragement to drink by far the greater share of the liquor before them, he entered at length, as a part of his expected functions, upon the news of the country. The births, deaths, and marriages, the change of property, the downfall of old families, and the rise of new. But politics, now the fertile source of eloquence, mine host did not care to mingle in his theme, and it was only in answer to a question of Morton that he replied, with an air of indifference, "Ay, we have sojers among us, more or less. There's a wheen German horse down at Glasgow yonder. They call their commander Whittybody, or some sick name, although he's as grave and gruesome an old Dutchman as ever I saw." "Wittenbold, perhaps," said Morton, "an old man with grey hair and short black moustaches, speaks seldom." "And smokes for ever," replied Neil Blaine. "I see your honour kens the man. He may be a very good man too, for aught I see, that is considering he is a soger and a Dutchman. But if he were 10 generals, and as many witty bodies, he has no skill in the pipes. He garred me stop in the middle of Torpichen's rant, the best piece of music that ever bag gave wind to." "But these fellows," said Morton, glancing his eye towards the soldiers that were in the apartment, "are not of his corps?" "No, no, these are Scotch dragoons," said mine host, "our own old caterpillars. These were Claverhouse's lads a while sen, and would be again maybe, if he had the lang 10 in his hand." "Is there not a report of his death?" inquired Morton. "Troth is there," said the landlord. "Your honour is right. There is sic a fleeing rumour, but in my poor opinion it's lang or the devil die. I would have the folks here look to themselves. If he makes an outbreak, he'll be down from the Highlands, or I could drink this glass. And where are they then? All the hell rakers of dragoons would be at his whistle in a moment. No doubt they're Willie's men even now, as they were James's a while sin. And reason good, they fight for their pay. What else have they to fight for? They have neither lands nor houses, I trow. There's one good thing of the change, or the revolution, as they call it. Folks may speak out afore the birkies now, and no fear of being hauled away to the guard house, or having the thummikin screwed on your finger ends. just as I would drive the screw through a cork." There was a little pause, when Morton, feeling confident in the progress he had made in mine host's familiarity, asked, though with the hesitation proper to one who puts a question on the answer to which rests something of importance, whether Blaine knew a woman in that neighbourhood called Elizabeth McClure. "Whether I ken Bessie McClure," answered the landlord, with a landlord's laugh. "How can I but ken my own wife's? Hayley be her rest. My own wife's first goodman's sister, Bessie McClure. An honest wife she is, but sore she's been trysted with misfortunes, the loss of twa decent lads of sons in the time of the persecution, as they call it nowadays, and dousely and decently she has borne her burden, blaming none and condemning none. If there's an honest woman in the world, it's Bessie McClure. And to lose her twa sons, as I was saying, and to have dragoons clink down on her for a month by past, for be Whig or Tory uppermost, they aye quarter those loons on victuallers, to lose, as I was saying—" "This woman keeps an inn, then," interrupted Morton. "A public, in a poor way," replied Blaine, looking round at his own superior accommodations, "a sour browst of small ale that she sells to folk that are over drouthy with travel to be nice, but nothing to call a stirring trade or a thriving change house." "Can you get me a guide there?" said Morton. "Your honour will rest here all the night? You'll hardly get accommodation at Bessie's," said Neil, whose regard for his deceased wife's relative by no means extended to sending company from his own house to hers. "There is a friend," answered Morton, "whom I am to meet with there, and I only called here to take a stirrup cup and inquire the way." "Your honour had better," answered the landlord, with the perseverance of his calling, "send some one to warn your friend to come on here." "I tell you, landlord," answered Morton impatiently, "that will not serve my purpose. I must go straight to this woman McClure's house, and I desire you to find me a guide." "Well, sir, you'll choose for yourself, to be sure," said Neil Blaine, somewhat disconcerted. "But devil a guide you'll need if ye go down the water for 2 mile or so, as gin ye were bound for Milnwood House, and then take the first broken disjacked looking road that makes for the hills. You'll ken it by a broken ash tree that stands at the side of a burn just where the roads meet, and then travel out the path. Ye canna miss Widow McClure's public, for devil another house or hold is on the road for 10 long Scots miles, and that's worth 20 English. I am sorry your honour would think of going out of my house the night, but my wife's good sister is a decent woman, and it's no lost that a friend gets." Morton accordingly paid his reckoning and departed. The sunset of the summer day placed him at the ash tree, where the path led up towards the moors. "Here," he said to himself, "my misfortunes commenced, for just here, when Burleigh and I were about to separate on the first night we ever met, he was alarmed by the intelligence that the passes were secured by soldiers lying in wait for him. Beneath that very ash sat the old woman who apprised him of his danger. How strange that my whole fortunes should have become inseparably interwoven with that man's, without anything more on my part than the discharge of an ordinary duty of humanity. Would to heaven it were possible I could find my humble quiet and tranquillity of mind upon the spot where I lost them." Thus arranging his reflections betwixt speech and thought, he turned his horse's head up the path. Evening lowered around him as he advanced up the narrow dell which had once been a wood, but was now a ravine divested of trees, unless where a few, from their inaccessible situation on the edge of precipitous banks, or clinging among rocks and huge stones, defied the invasion of men and of cattle, like the scattered tribes of a conquered country, driven to take refuge in the barren strengths of its mountains. These two, wasted and decayed, seemed rather to exist than to flourish, and only served to indicate what the landscape had once been. But the stream brawled down among them in all its freshness and vivacity, giving the life and animation which a mountain rivulet alone can confer on the barest and most savage scenes, and which the inhabitants of such a country miss when gazing even upon the tranquil winding of a majestic stream through plains of fertility and beside palaces of splendor. The track of the road followed the course of the brook, which was now visible, and now only to be distinguished by its brawling herd among the stones or in the clefts of the rock that occasionally interrupted its course. "Murmurer that thou art," said Morton, in the enthusiasm of his reverie, "why chafe with the rocks that stop thy course for a moment? There is a sea to receive thee in its bosom, and there is an eternity for man, when his fretful and hasty course through the vale of time shall be ceased and over. What thy petty fuming is to the deep and vast billows of a shoreless ocean are our cares, hopes, fears, joys, and sorrows, to the objects which must occupy us through the awful and boundless succession of ages." Thus moralizing, our traveller passed on till the dell opened, and the banks, receding from the brook, left a little green vale, exhibiting a croft or small field on which some corn was growing, and a cottage whose walls were not above 5 feet high, and whose thatched roof, green with moisture, age, house leek, and grass, had in some places suffered damage from the encroachment of 2 cows, whose appetite this appearance of verdure had diverted from their more legitimate pasture. An ill-spelt and worse written inscription intimated to the traveller that he might here find refreshment for man and horse, no unacceptable intimation, rude as the hut appeared to be, considering the wild path he had trod in approaching it, and the high and waste mountains which rose in desolate dignity behind this humble asylum. It must have been, thought Morton, in some such spot as this that Burleigh was likely to find a congenial confidant. As he approached, he observed the good dame of the house herself, seated by the door. She had hitherto been concealed from him by a huge alder bush. "Good evening, mother," said the traveller. "Your name is Mistress McClure?" "Elizabeth McClure, sir, a poor widow," was the reply. "Can you lodge a stranger for a night?" "I can, sir, if he will be pleased with the widow's cake and the widow's cruse." "I have been a soldier, good dame," answered Morton, "and nothing can come amiss to me in the way of entertainment." "A soger, sir," said the old woman, with a sigh. "God send ye a better trade." "It is believed to be an honourable profession, my good dame. I hope you do not think the worse of me for having belonged to it." "I judge no one, sir," replied the woman, "and your voice sounds like that of a civil gentleman. But I have witnessed so muckle ill with sogering in this poor land, that I am even content that I can see no more of it with these sightless organs." As she spoke thus, Morton observed that she was blind. "Shall I not be troublesome to you, my good dame?" said he, compassionately. "Your infirmity seems ill calculated for your profession." "No, sir," answered the old woman, "I can gang about the house readily enough, and I have a bit lassie to help me, and the dragoon lads will look after your horse when they come home from their patrol, for a small matter. They are civiller now than lang syne." Upon these assurances Morton alighted. "Peggy, my bonny bird," continued the hostess, addressing a little girl of 12 years old, who had by this time appeared, "take the gentleman's horse to the stable, and slack his girths, and take off the bridle, and shake down a lock of hay before him, till the dragoons come back. Come this way, sir," she continued, "ye'll find my house clean, though it's a poor one." Morton followed her into the cottage accordingly. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Then out and spake the old mother, and fast her tears did fall. "Ye wouldna be warned, my son Johnny, from the hunting to bide away." Old Ballad. When he entered the cottage, Morton perceived that the old hostess had spoken truth. The inside of the hut belied its outward appearance, and was neat and even comfortable, especially the inner apartment, in which the hostess informed her guest that he was to sup and sleep. Refreshments were placed before him, such as the little inn afforded, and though he had small occasion for them, he accepted the offer as the means of maintaining some discourse with the landlady. Notwithstanding her blindness, she was assiduous in her attendance, and seemed, by a sort of instinct, to find her way to what she wanted. "Have you no one but this pretty little girl to assist you in waiting on your guests?" was the natural question. "None, sir," replied his old hostess. "I dwell alone, like the widow of Zarephath. Few guests come to this poor place, and I havena custom enough to hire servants. I had once twa fine sons that looked after all thing, but God gives and takes away, his name be praised," she continued, turning her clouded eyes towards heaven. "I was once better off, that is, worldly speaking, even since I lost them, but that was before this last change." "Indeed," said Morton, "and yet you are a Presbyterian, my good mother?" "I am, sir, praised be the light that showed me the right way," replied the landlady. "Then I should have thought," continued the guest, "the Revolution would have brought you nothing but good." "If," said the old woman, "it has brought the land good, and freedom of worship to tender consciences, it's little matter what it has brought to a poor blind worm like me." "Still," replied Morton, "I cannot see how it could possibly injure you." "It's a long story, sir," answered his hostess, with a sigh, "but one night, 6 weeks or thereby afore Bothwell Brig, a young gentleman stopped at this poor cottage, stiff and bloody with wounds, pale and done out with riding, and his horse so weary he couldna drag one foot after the other, and his foes were close ahint him, and he was one of our enemies. What could I do, sir? You that's a sojer will think me but a silly old wife, but I fed him and relieved him, and keepit him hidden until the pursuit was over." "And who," said Morton, "dares disapprove of your having done so?" "I kenna," answered the blind woman. "I got ill will about it among some of our own folk. They said I should have been to him what Jael was to Sisera. But well I wot I had no divine command to shed blood, and to save it was both like a woman and a Christian. And then they said I wanted natural affection to relieve one that belonged to the band that murdered my 2 sons." "That murdered your 2 sons?" "Ay, sir, though maybe ye'll give their deaths another name. The 10 fell with sword in hand, fighting for a broken national covenant. The t'other, oh, they took him and shot him dead on the green before his mother's face. My old een dazzled when the shots were looting off, and to my thought they waxed weaker and weaker ever since that weary day, and sorrow and heartbreak and tears that would not be dried might help on the disorder. But, alas, betraying Lord Evandale's young blood to his enemy's sword would never have brought my Ninian and Johnny alive again. Lord Evandale, said Morton, in surprise. Was it Lord Evandale whose life you saved? In troth, even his, she replied, and kind he was to me after, and gave me a cow and calf, malt, mill, and siller, and none durst steer me when he was in power. But we live on an outside bit of Tillytudlem land, and the estate was sore plead between Lady Margaret Bellenden and the present laird, Basil Oliphant, and Lord Evandale backed the old lady for love of her daughter Miss Edith, as the country said, one of the best and bonniest lassies in Scotland. But they behoved to give way, and Basil got the castle and land, and on the back of that came the Revolution, and what to turn coat faster than the laird, for he said he had been a true Whig all the time, and turned Papist only for fashion's sake. And then he got favour, and Lord Evandale's head was under water, for he was over proud and manful to bend to every blast of wind, though many a one may ken as well as me that be his own principles as they might, he was no ill friend to our folk when he could protect us, and far kinder than Basil Oliphant, that I keepit the cobble head down the stream. But he was set by and ill looked on, and his word never asked. And then Basil, what's a revengeful man, set himself to vex him in all shapes, and especially by oppressing and despoiling the old blind widow, Bessie McClure, that saved Lord Evandale's life, and that he was so kind to. But he's mistaken, if that's his end, for it will be long, or Lord Evandale hears a word from me about the selling my key for rent, or ever it was due, or the putting the dragoons on me when the country's quiet, or anything else that will vex him. I can bear my own burden patiently, and world's loss is the least part of it. Astonished and interested at this picture of patient, grateful, and high-minded resignation, Morton could not help bestowing an execration upon the poor-spirited rascal who had taken such a dastardly course of vengeance. "Dinna curse him, sir," said the old woman. "I have heard a good man say that a curse was like a stone flung up to the heavens, and most like to return on the head that sent it. But if ye ken Lord Evandale, bid him look to himself, for I hear strange words pass atween the soldiers that are lying here, and his name is often mentioned, and the tone of them has been twice up at Tillytudlem. He's a kind of favourite with the laird, though he was in former times one of the most cruel oppressors ever rode through a country. Outtaken Sergeant Bothwell, they call him Inglis." "I have the deepest interest in Lord Evandale's safety," said Morton, "and you may depend on my finding some mode to apprise him of these suspicious circumstances. And in return, my good friend, will you indulge me with another question? Do you know anything of Quentin McKell of Irongray?" "Do I know whom?" echoed the blind woman, in a tone of great surprise and alarm. "Quentin McKell of Irongray," repeated Morton. "Is there anything so alarming in the sound of that name?" "Na, na," answered the woman, with hesitation, "but to hear him asked after by a stranger and a sojer, good protect us, what mischief is to come next?" "None by my means, I assure you," said Morton. "The subject of my inquiry has nothing to fear from me, if, as I suppose, this Quentin Mikell is the same with John Ball—" "Do not mention his name," said the widow, pressing his lips with her fingers. "I see you have his secret and his password, and I'll be free with you. But for God's sake speak loud and low, in the name of heaven. I trust ye seek him not to his hurt. Ye said ye were a soldier." "I said truly, but one he has nothing to fear from. I commanded a party at Bothwell Bridge." "Indeed," said the woman, "and verily there is something in your voice I can trust. Ye speak prompt and readily, and like an honest man." "I trust I am so," said Morton. "But no displeasure to you, sir, in these warful times," continued Mrs. McClure. "The hand of brother is against brother, and he fears as mickle almost from this government as ever he did from the old persecutors." "Indeed," said Morton, in a tone of inquiry, "I was not aware of that, but I am only just now returned from abroad." "I'll tell ye," said the blind woman, first assuming an attitude of listening that showed how effectually her powers of collecting intelligence had been transferred from the eye to the ear, for instead of casting a glance of circumspection around, she stooped her face and turned her head slowly around in such a manner as to ensure that there was not the slightest sound stirring in the neighbourhood, and then continued, "I'll tell ye, ye ken how he has laboured to raise up again the covenant, burned, broken, and buried in the hard hearts and selfish devices of this stubborn people. Now, when he went to Holland, far from the countenance and thanks of the great, and the comfortable fellowship of the godly, both whilk he was in right to expect, the Prince of Orange would show him no favour, and the ministers no godly communion. This was hard to bide for one that had suffered and done mickle, over mickle it may be, but why should I be a judge? He came back to me and to the old place of refuge that had often received him in his distresses, more especially before the great day of victory at Drumclog, for I shall never forget how he was bending hither of all nights in the year on that evening after the play when young Milnwood won the popinjay, but I warned him off for that time." "What!" exclaimed Morton, "it was you that sat in your red cloak by the high road, and told him there was a lion in the path? In the name of heaven, what are ye?" said the old woman, breaking off her narrative in astonishment. "But be what ye may," she continued, resuming it with tranquillity, "ye can nothing worse of me than that I have been willing to save the life of friend and foe. I know no ill of you, Mrs. McClure, and I mean no ill by you. I only wish to show you that I know so much of this person's affairs that I might be safely entrusted with the rest. Proceed, if you please, in your narrative." "There is a strange command in your voice," said the blind woman, "though its tones are sweet. I have little more to say. The Stuarts have been dethroned, and William and Mary reign in their stead, but no more word of the covenant than if it were a dead letter. They have taken the indulged clergy and an Erastian General Assembly of the anti-pure and triumphant Kirk of Scotland, even into their very arms and bosoms. Our faithful champions of the testimony agree even worse with this than with the open tyranny and apostasy of the persecuting times, for souls are hardened and deadened, and the mouths of fasting multitudes are crammed with fizenless bran instead of the sweet word in season, and many an hungry starving creature, when he sits down on a Sunday forenoon to get something that might warm him to the great work, has a dry clatter of morality driven about his lugs, and In short, said Morton, desirous to stop a discussion which the good old woman, as enthusiastically attached to her religious profession as to the duties of humanity, might probably have indulged longer. In short, you are not disposed to acquiesce in this new government, and Burleigh is of the same opinion? Many of our brethren, sir, are of belief we fought for the covenant, and fasted and prayed and suffered for that grand national league, and now we are like neither to see nor hear tell of that which we suffered and fought and fasted and prayed for. And once it was thought something might be made by bringing back the old family on a new bargain and a new bottom, as after all, when King James went away, I understand the great quarrel of the English against him was in behalf of 7 unhallowed prelates. And so, though one part of our people were free to join with the present model, and levied an armed regiment under the Earl of Angus, yet our honest friend, and others that stood up for purity of doctrine and freedom of conscience, were determined to hear the breath of the Jacobites before they took part again them, fearing to fall to the ground like a wall built with unslaked mortar, or from sitting between twa stools. They chose an odd quarter, said Morton, from which to expect freedom of conscience and purity of doctrine. Oh, dear sir, said the landlady, the natural day-spring rises in the east, but the spiritual day-spring may rise in the north, for what we blinded mortals can. And Burleigh went to the north to seek it, replied the guest. Truly, aye, sir, and he saw Claverhouse himself, that they call Dundee now. What? Exclaimed Morton, in amazement. I would have sworn that meeting would have been the last of one of their lives. No, no, sir, in troubled times, as I understand, said Mrs. McClure, there's sudden changes. Montgomery and Ferguson, and many one more that were King James's greatest foes, are on his side now. Claverhouse spake our friend fair, and sent him to consult with Lord Evandale. But then there was a break-off, for Lord Evandale wouldna look at, hear, or speak with him. And now he's one's wood and I war, and roars for revenge again, Lord Evandale, and will hear naught of anything but burn and slay. And oh, that starts of passion, they unsettle his mind, and give the enemy sore advantages. The enemy, said Morton. What enemy? What enemy? Are ye acquainted familiarly with John Balfour of Burleigh, and dinna ken that he has had sore and frequent combats to sustain against the evil one? Did ye ever see him alone, but the Bible was in his hand, and the drawn sword on his knee? Did ye never sleep in the same room with him, and hear him strive in his dreams with the delusions of Satan? Oh, ye ken little of him, if ye have seen him only in fair daylight, for no man can put the face upon his doleful visits and strifes that he can do. I have seen him, after sic a strife of agony, tremble that an infant might have held him, while the hair on his brow was draping as fast as ever my poor thatched roof did in a heavy rain. As she spoke, Morton began to recollect the appearance of Burleigh during his sleep in the hayloft at Milnwood, the report of Cuddy that his senses had become impaired, and some whispers current among the Cameronians, who boasted frequently of Burleigh's soul exercises and his strifes with the foul fiend, which several circumstances led him to conclude that this man himself was a victim to those delusions, though his mind, naturally acute and forcible, not only disguised his superstition from those in whose opinion it might have discredited his judgment, but by exerting such a force as is said to be proper to those afflicted with epilepsy, could postpone the fits which it occasioned until he was either freed from superintendence or surrounded by such as held him more highly on account of these visitations. It was natural to suppose, and could easily be inferred from the narrative of Mrs. McClure, that disappointed ambition, wrecked hopes, and the downfall of the party which he had served with such desperate fidelity were likely to aggravate enthusiasm into temporary insanity. It was, indeed, no uncommon circumstance in those singular times that men like Sir Harry Vane, Harrison, Overton, and others, themselves slaves to the wildest and most enthusiastic dreams, could, when mingling with the world, conduct themselves not only with good sense in difficulties and courage in dangers, but with the most acute sagacity and determined valor. The subsequent part of Mrs. McClure's information confirmed Morton in these impressions. "In the grey of the morning," she said, "my little Peggy shall show ye the gate to him before the sojers are up, but ye maun let his hour of danger, as he calls it, be over, afore ye venture on him in his place of refuge. Peggy will tell ye when to venture in. She kens his ways well, for while she carries him some little helps that he canna do without to sustain life." "And in what retreat, then," said Morton, "has this unfortunate person found refuge?" "An awesome place," answered the blind woman, "as ever living creature took refuge in. They call it the Black Linn of Linkletter. It's a doleful place, but he loves it above all others, because he has so often been in safe hiding there, and it's my belief he prefers it to a tapestried chamber and a down bed. But you'll see it. I have seen it myself many a day sin'. I was a daft, hempy lassie then, and little thought what was to come of it. Would ye choose only one thing, sir, ere ye betake yourself to your rest, for ye maun stir with the first dawn of the grey light." "Nothing more, my good mother," said Morton, and they parted for the evening. Morton recommended himself to heaven, threw himself on the bed, heard, between sleeping and waking, the trampling of the dragoon horses at the riders' return from their patrol, and then slept soundly after such painful agitation. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The darksome cave they enter, where they found the accursed man, low sitting on the ground, musing full sadly in his sullen mind. Spenser. As the morning began to appear on the mountains, a gentle knock was heard at the door of the humble apartment in which Morton slept, and a girlish treble voice asked him from without if he would please gang to the linn or the folk rise. He arose from the invitation, and dressing himself hastily, went forth and joined his little guide. The mountain maid tripped lightly before him, through the grey haze, over hill and moor. It was a wild and varied walk, unmarked by any regular or distinguishable track, and keeping, upon the whole, the direction of the ascent of the brook, though without tracing its windings. The landscape, as they advanced, became waster and more wild, until nothing but heath and rock encumbered the side of the valley. "Is the place still distant?" said Morton. "Nearly a mile off," answered the girl. "We'll be there belive. And do you often go this wild journey, my little maid?" "When granny sends me with milk and meal to the linn," answered the child. "And are you not afraid to travel so wild a road alone?" "How, no, sir," replied the guide. No living creature would touch sic a bit thing as I am. And Granny says we need never fear anything else when we are doing a good turn. Strong in innocence, as in triple mail, said Morton to himself, and followed her steps in silence. They soon came to a decayed thicket, where brambles and thorns supplied the room of the oak and birches of which it had once consisted. Here the guide turned short off the open heath, and by a sheep track conducted Morton to the brook. A hoarse and sullen roar had in part prepared him for the scene which presented itself, yet it was not to be viewed without surprise and even terror. When he emerged from the devious path which conducted him through the thicket, he found himself placed on a ledge of flat rock projecting over one side of a chasm not less than 100 feet deep, where the dark mountain stream made a decided and rapid shoot over the precipice, and was swallowed up by a deep, black, yawning gulf. The eye in vain strove to see the bottom of the fall. It could catch but one sheet of foaming uproar and sheer descent, until the view was obstructed by the protecting crags which enclosed the bottom of the waterfall, and hid from sight the dark pool which received its tortured waters. Far beneath, at the distance of perhaps quarter of a mile, the eye caught the winding of the stream as it emerged into a more open course, but for that distance they were lost to sight as much as if a cavern had been arched over them, and indeed the steep and projecting ledges of rock through which they wound their way in darkness were very nearly closing and overroofing their course. While Morton gazed at this scene of tumult, which seemed, by the surrounding thickets and the clefts into which the waters descended, to seek to hide itself from every eye, his little attendant, as she stood beside him on the platform of rock which commanded the best view of the fall, pulled him by the sleeve, and said, in a tone which he could not hear without stooping his ear near the speaker, "Here till him, here till him." Morton listened more attentively, and out of the very abyss into which the brook fell, and amidst the tumultuary sounds of the cataract, thought he could distinguish shouts, screams, and even articulate words, as if the tortured demon of the stream had been mingling his complaints with the roar of his broken waters. "This is the way," said the little girl. "Follow me, gin ye please, sir, but take tent to your feet." And with the daring agility which custom had rendered easy, she vanished from the platform on which she stood, and by notches and slight projections in the rock scrambled down its face into the chasm which it overhung. Steady, bold, and active, Morton hesitated not to follow her, but the necessary attention to secure his hold and footing in a descent where both foot and hand were needful for security, prevented him from looking around him, till, having descended nigh 20 feet, and being 60 or 70 above the pool which received the fall, his guide made a pause, and he again found himself by her side in a situation that appeared equally romantic and precarious. They were nearly opposite to the waterfall, and in point of level situated at about 1/4's depth from the point of the cliff over which it thundered, and 3/4 of the height above the dark, deep, and restless pool which received its fall. Both these tremendous points, the first shoot, namely, of the yet unbroken stream, and the deep and sombre abyss into which it was emptied, were full before him, as well as the whole continuous stream of billowy froth, which, dashing from the one, was eddying and boiling in the other. They were so near this grand phenomenon that they were covered with its spray, and well nigh deafened by the incessant roar, but crossing in the very front of the fall, and at scarce 3 yards distant from the cataract, an old oak tree, flung across the chasm in a manner that seemed accidental, formed a bridge of fearfully narrow dimensions and uncertain footing. The upper end of the tree rested on the platform on which they stood. The lower or uprooted extremity extended behind a projection on the opposite side, and was secured, Morton's eye could not discover where. From behind this same projection glimmered a strong red light, which, glancing in the waves of the falling water, and tinging them partially with crimson, had a strange preternatural and sinister effect when contrasted with the beams of the rising sun, which glanced on the first broken waves of the fall, though even its meridian splendor could not gain the third of its full depth. When he had looked around him for a moment, the girl again pulled his sleeve, and pointing to the oak and the projecting point beyond it, for hearing speech was now out of the question, indicated that there lay his farther passage. Morton gazed at her with surprise, for although he well knew that the persecuted Presbyterians had in the preceding reigns sought refuge among dells and thickets, caves and cataracts, in spots the most extraordinary and secluded, although he had heard of the champions of the covenant who had long abidden near besides Dabs Leon on the wild heights of Palmudi, and others who had been concealed in the yet more terrific cavern called Crehope Lynn, in the parish of Closeburn, yet his imagination had never exactly figured out the horrors of such a residence, and he was surprised how the strange and romantic scene which he now saw had remained concealed from him, while a curious investigator of such natural phenomena, but he readily conceived that, lying in a remote and wild district, and being destined as a place of concealment to the persecuted preachers and professors of nonconformity, the secret of its existence was carefully preserved by the few shepherds to whom it might be known. As breaking from these meditations, he began to consider how he should traverse the doubtful and terrific bridge, which, skirted by the cascade, and rendered wet and slippery by its constant drizzle, traversed the chasm above 60 feet from the bottom of the fall. His guide, as if to give him courage, tripped over and back without the least hesitation, envying for a moment the little bare feet which caught a safer hold of the rugged side of the oak than he could pretend to with his heavy boots. Morton nevertheless resolved to attempt the passage, and fixing his eye firm on a stationary object on the other side, without allowing his head to become giddy, or his attention to be distracted by the flash, the foam, and the roar of the waters around him, he strode steadily and safely along the uncertain bridge, and reached the mouth of a small cavern on the farther side of the torrent. Here he paused, for a light proceeding from a fire of red-hot charcoal permitted him to see the interior of the cave, and enabled him to contemplate the appearance of its inhabitant, by whom he himself could not be so readily distinguished, being concealed by the shadow of the rock. What he observed would by no means have encouraged a less determined man to proceed with the task which he had undertaken. Burleigh, only altered from what he had been formerly by the addition of a grisly beard, stood in the midst of the cave, with his clasped Bible in one hand and his drawn sword in the other. His figure, dimly ruddied by the light of the red charcoal, seemed that of a fiend in the lurid atmosphere of pandemonium, and his gestures and words, as far as they could be heard, seemed equally violent and irregular. All alone, and in a place of almost unapproachable seclusion, his demeanor was that of a man who strives for life and death with a mortal enemy. "Ha! ha! There, there!" he exclaimed, accompanying each word with a thrust, urged with his whole force against the impassable and empty air. "Did I not tell thee so? I have resisted, and thou fleest from me. Coward as thou art, come in all thy terrors, come with mine own evil deeds, which render thee most terrible of all. There is enough betwixt the boards of this book to rescue me. What mutterest thou of grey hairs? It was well done to slay him. The more ripe the corn, the readier for the sickle. Art gone? Art gone? I have ever known thee but a coward. Ha, ha, ha!" With these wild exclamations he sunk the point of his sword, and remained standing still in the same posture, like a maniac whose fit is over. "The dangerous time is by now," said the little girl who had followed. "It seldom lasts beyond the time that the sun's over the hill. Ye may gang in and speak with him now. I'll wait for you at the other side of the linn. He canna bide to see twa folk at once." Slowly and cautiously, and keeping constantly upon his guard, Morton presented himself to the view of his old associate in command. "What! Comest thou again when thine hour is over?" was his first exclamation, and flourishing his sword aloft, his countenance assumed an expression in which ghastly terror seemed mingled with the rage of a demoniac. "I am come, Mr. Balfour," said Morton, in a steady and composed tone, "to renew an acquaintance which has been broken off since the fight of Bothwell Bridge." As soon as Burleigh became aware that Morton was before him in person, an idea which he caught with marvellous celerity, he at once exerted that mastership over his heated and enthusiastic imagination, the power of enforcing which was a most striking part of his extraordinary character. He sunk his sword point at once, and as he stole it composedly into the scabbard, he muttered something of the damp and cold which sent an old soldier to his fencing exercise to prevent his blood from chilling. This done, he proceeded in the cold, determined manner which was peculiar to his ordinary discourse. "Thou hast tarried long, Henry Morton, and hast not come to the vintage before the 12th hour has struck. Art thou yet willing to take the right hand of fellowship, and be one with those who look not to thrones or dynasties, but to the rule of Scripture for their directions?" "I am surprised," said Morton, evading the direct answer to his question, "that you should have known me after so many years." "The features of those who ought to act with me are engraved on my heart," answered Burleigh, "and few but Silas Morton's son durst have followed me into this my castle of retreat. Seest thou that drawbridge of nature's own construction?" he added, pointing to the prostrate oak tree. "One spurn of my foot, and it is overwhelmed in the abyss below, bidding foeman on the farther side stand at defiance, and leaving enemies on this at the mercy of one who never yet met his equal in single fight." "Of such defences," said Morton, "I should have thought you would now have little need." "Little need!" said Burleigh impatiently. "What little need, when incarnate fiends are combined against me on earth, and Satan himself— But it matters not," added he, checking himself. "Enough that I like my place of refuge, my cave of Adullam, and would not change its rude ribs of limestone rock for the fair chambers of the castle of the Earls of Torwood, with their broad bounds and barony. Thou, unless the foolish fever fit be over, mayest think differently." "It was of those very possessions I came to speak," said Morton, "and I doubt not to find Mr. Balfour the same rational and reflecting person which I knew him to be in times when zeal disunited brethren." "Ay," said Burleigh, "indeed, is such truly your hope? Wilt thou express it more plainly?" "In a word, then," said Morton, "you have exercised, by means at which I can guess, a secret but most prejudicial influence over the fortunes of Lady Margaret Bellenden and her granddaughter, and in favour of that base, oppressive apostate, Basil Oliphant, whom the law, deceived by thy operations, has placed in possession of their lawful property." "Sayest thou?" said Balfour. "I do say so," replied Morton, "and face to face you will not deny what you have vouched by your handwriting." "And suppose I deny it not," said Balfour, "and suppose that thy eloquence were found equal to persuade me to retrace the steps I have taken on matured resolve, what will be thy meed? Dost thou still hope to possess the fair-haired girl, with her wide and rich inheritance?" "I have no such hope," answered Morton calmly. "And for whom, then, hast thou ventured to do this great thing, to seek to rend the prey from the valiant, to bring forth food from the den of the lion, and to extract sweetness from the maw of the devourer? For whose sake hast thou undertaken to read this riddle more hard than Samson's?" "For Lord Evandale's, and that of his bride," replied Morton firmly. "Think better of mankind, Mr. Balfour, and believe there are some who are willing to sacrifice their happiness to that of others." "Then, as my soul liveth," replied Balfour, "thou art, to wear beard and back a horse and draw a sword, the tamest and most gall-less puppet that ever sustained injury unavenged. What! thou wouldst help that accursed Evandale to the arms of the woman that thou lovest? Thou wouldst endow them with wealth and with heritages, and thou thinkest that there lives another man, offended even more deeply than thou, yet equally cold-livered and mean-spirited, crawling upon the face of the earth, and hast dared to suppose that one other to be John Balfour." "For my own feelings," said Morton, composedly, "I am answerable to none but Heaven. To you, Mr. Balfour, I should suppose it of little consequence whether Basil Oliphant or Lord Evandale possess these estates." "Thou art deceived," said Burleigh. "Both are indeed in outer darkness, and strangers to the light, as he whose eyes have never been opened to the day. But this Basil Oliphant is a Nabal, a Demas, a base churl whose wealth and power are at the disposal of him who can threaten to deprive him of them. He became a professor because he was deprived of these lands of Tillietudlem. He turned a papist to obtain possession of them. He called himself an Erastian, that he might not again lose them, and he will become what I list while I have in my power the document that may deprive him of them. These lands are a bit between his jaws and a hook in his nostrils, and the rein and the line are in my hands to guide them as I think meet, and his they shall therefore be, unless I had assurance of bestowing them on a sure and sincere friend. But Lord Evandale is a malignant, of heart like flint, and brow like adamant. The goods of the world fall on him like leaves on the frost-bound earth, and unmoved he will see them whirled off by the first wind. The heathen virtues of such as he are more dangerous to us than the sordid cupidity of those who, governed by their interest, must follow where it leads, and who, therefore, themselves the slaves of avarice, may be compelled to work in the vineyard, were it but to earn the wages of sin." "This might have been all well some years since," replied Morton, "and I could understand your argument, although I could never acquiesce in its justice. But at this crisis it seems useless to you to persevere in keeping up an influence which can no longer be directed to an useful purpose. The land has peace, liberty, and freedom of conscience, and what would you more?" "More!" exclaimed Burleigh, again unsheathing his sword with a vivacity which nearly made Morton start. "Look at the notches upon that weapon. They are 3 in number, are they not?" "It seems so," answered Morton, "but what of that?" The fragment of steel that parted from this first gap rested on the skull of the perjured traitor who first introduced episcopacy into Scotland. This second notch was made in the rib bone of an impious villain, the boldest and best soldier that upheld the prelatic cause at Drumclog. This third was broken on the steel headpiece of the captain who defended the chapel of Holyrood when the people rose at the Revolution. I cleft him to the teeth through steel and bone. It has done great deeds, this little weapon, and each of these blows was a deliverance to the church. This sword," he said, again sheathing it, "has yet more to do, to weed out this base and pestilential heresy of Erastianism, to vindicate the true liberty of the Kirk in her purity, to restore the covenant in its glory. Then let it moulder and rust beside the bones of its master." "You have neither men nor means, Mr. Balfour, to disturb the government as now settled," argued Morton. "The people are in general satisfied, excepting only the gentlemen of the Jacobite interest, and surely you would not join with those who would only use you for their own purposes." "It is they," answered Burleigh, "that should serve ours. I went to the camp of the malignant Claverhouse, as the future king of Israel sought the land of the Philistines. I arranged with him a rising, but for the villain Evandale, the Erastians ere now had been driven from the west. I could slay him," he added, with a vindictive scowl, "were he grasping the horns of the altar." He then proceeded in a calmer tone, "If thou, son of mine ancient comrade, were suitor for thyself to this Edith Bellenden, and wert willing to put thy hand to the great work with zeal equal to thy courage, think not I would prefer the friendship of Basil Oliphant to thine. Thou shouldst then have the means that this document," he produced a parchment, "affords to place her in possession of the lands of her fathers. This have I longed to say to thee ever since I saw thee fight the good fight so strongly at the fatal bridge. The maiden loved thee, and thou her." Morton replied firmly, "I will not dissemble with you, Mr. Balfour, even to gain a good end. I came in hopes to persuade you to do a deed of justice to others, not to gain any selfish end of my own. I have failed. I grieve for your sake more than for the loss which others will sustain by your injustice." "You refuse my proffer, then?" said Burleigh, with kindling eyes. "I do," said Morton. "Would you be really, as you are desirous to be thought, a man of honour and conscience, you would, regardless of all other considerations, restore that parchment to Lord Evandale, to be used for the advantage of the lawful heir." "Sooner shall it perish," said Balfour, and casting the deed into the heap of red charcoal beside him, pressed it down with the heel of his boot. While it smoked, shrivelled, and crackled in the flames, Morton sprung forward to snatch it, and Burleigh, catching hold of him, a struggle ensued. Both were strong men, but although Morton was much the more active and younger of the two, yet Balfour was the most powerful, and effectually prevented him from rescuing the deed until it was fairly reduced to a cinder. They then quitted hold of each other, and the enthusiast, rendered fiercer by the contest, glared on Morton with an eye expressive of frantic revenge. "Thou hast my secret," he exclaimed. "Thou must be mine, or die." "I contemn your threats," said Morton. "I pity you, and leave you." But as he turned to retire, Burleigh stepped before him, pushed the oak trunk from its resting place, and as it fell thundering and crashing into the abyss beneath, drew his sword and cried out, with a voice that rivaled the roar of the cataract and the thunder of the falling oak, "Now thou art at bay. Fight, yield, or die." And standing in the mouth of the cavern, he flourished his naked sword. "I will not fight with the man that preserved my father's life," said Morton. "I have not yet learned to say the words, 'I yield,' and my life I will rescue as I best can." So speaking, and ere Balfour was aware of his purpose, he sprung past him, and exerting that youthful agility of which he possessed an uncommon share, leaped clear across the fearful chasm which divided the mouth of the cave from the projecting rock on the opposite side, and stood there safe and free from his incensed enemy. He immediately ascended the ravine, and as he turned, saw Burleigh stand for an instant aghast with astonishment, and then, with the frenzy of disappointed rage, rushed into the interior of his cavern. It was not difficult for him to perceive that this unhappy man's mind had been so long agitated by desperate schemes and sudden disappointments that it had lost its equipoise, and that there was now in his conduct a shade of lunacy, not the less striking from the vigour and craft with which he pursued his wild designs. Morton soon joined his guide, who had been terrified by the fall of the oak. This he represented as accidental, and she assured him in return that the inhabitant of the cave would experience no inconvenience from it, being always provided with materials to construct another bridge. The adventures of the morning were not yet ended. As they approached the hut, the little girl made an exclamation of surprise at seeing her grandmother groping her way towards them, at a greater distance from her home than she could have been supposed capable of travelling. "Oh, sir, sir," said the old woman, when she heard them approach, "gin ever ye loved Lord Evandale, help now or never. God be praised that left my hearing when he took my poor eyesight. Come this way, and oh, tread lightly. Peggy, hinny, gang saddle the gentleman's horse, and lead him cannily ahint the thorny shaw, and bide him there." She conducted him to a small window, through which, himself unobserved, she could see two dragoons seated at their morning draught of ale, and conversing earnestly together. "The more I think of it," said the one, "the less I like it, Inglis. Evandale was a good officer and the soldier's friend, and though we were punished for the mutiny at Tillytudlem, yet, by Frank, you must own we deserved it." "Damn seize me if I forgive him for it, though," replied the other, "and I think I can sit in his skirts now." "Why, man, you should forget and forgive. Better take the start with him along with the rest, and join the ranting Highlanders. We have all eat King James's bread." "Thou art an ass. The start, as you call it, will never happen. The day's put off. Halliday's seen a ghost, or Miss Bellenden's fallen sick of the pip, or some blasted nonsense or another. The thing will never keep 2 days longer, and the first bird that sings out will get the reward." "That's true too," answered his comrade. "And will this fellow, this basal elephant, pay handsomely?" "Like a prince, man," said Inglis. "Evandale is the man on earth whom he hates worst, and he fears him besides about some law business, and were he once rubbed out of the way, all, he thinks, will be his own." "But shall we have warrants and force enough?" said the other fellow. Few people here will stir against my lord, and we may find him with some of our own fellows at his back." "Thou art a cowardly fool, Dick," returned Inglis. "He is living quietly down at Ferry No to avoid suspicion. Oliphant is a magistrate, and will have some of his own people that he can trust along with him. There are us two, and the laird says he can get a desperate fighting Whig fellow called Quentin McKell that has an old grudge at Evandale." "Well, well, you are my officer, you know," said the private, with true military conscience, "and if anything is wrong—" "I'll take the blame," said Inglis. "Come, another pot of ale, and let us to Tillietudlem. Here, blind Bess, why, where the devil has the old hag crept to?" "Delay them as long as you can," whispered Morton, as he thrust his purse into the hostess's hand. "All depends on gaining time." Then, walking swiftly to the place where the girl held his horse ready, "To Ferry No? No, alone I could not protect them. I must instantly to Glasgow. Wittenbold, the commandant there, will readily give me the support of a troop, and procure me the countenance of the civil power. I must drop a caution as I pass. Come, Morkopf," he said, addressing his horse as he mounted him, "this day must try your breath and speed." Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Yet could he not his closing eyes withdraw, though less and less of Emily he saw, so speechless for a little space he lay, then grasped the hand he held, and sighed his soul away. Palamon and a City. The indisposition of Edith confined her to bed during the eventful day on which she had received such an unexpected shock from the sudden apparition of Morton. Next morning, however, she was reported to be so much better that Lord Evandale resumed his purpose of leaving Ferry No. At a late hour in the forenoon, Lady Emily entered the apartment of Edith with a peculiar gravity of manner. Having received and paid the compliments of the day, she observed it would be a sad one for her, though it would relieve Miss Bellenden of an encumbrance. "My brother leaves us to-day, Miss Bellenden." "Leaves us!" exclaimed Edith, in surprise. "For his own house, I trust?" "I have reason to think he meditates a more distant journey," answered Lady Emily. "He has little to detain him in this country." "Good Heaven!" exclaimed Edith, "why was I born to become the wreck of all that is manly and noble? What can be done to stop him from running headlong on ruin? I will come down instantly. Say that I will implore he will not depart until I speak with him." "It will be in vain, Miss Bellenden, but I will execute your commission," and she left the room as formally as she had entered it, and informed her brother Miss Bellenden was so much recovered as to propose coming downstairs ere he went away. "I suppose," she added pettishly, "the prospect of being speedily released from our company has wrought a cure on her shattered nerves." "Sister," said Lord Evandale, "you are unjust, if not envious." "Unjust I may be, Evandale, but I should not have dreamt," glancing her eye at a mirror, "of being thought envious without better cause. But let us go to the old lady. She is making a feast in the other room, which might have dined all your troop when you had one." Lord Evandale accompanied her in silence to the parlour, for he knew it was in vain to contend with her prepossessions and offended pride, they found the table covered with refreshments, arranged under the careful inspection of Lady Margaret. "Ye would hardly well be said to breakfast this morning, my Lord Evandale, and ye maun even partake of a small collation before ye ride, such as this poor house, whose inmates are so much indebted to you, can provide in their present circumstances. For my own part, I like to see young folk take some refection before they ride out upon their sports or their affairs, and I said as much to his most sacred Majesty when he breakfasted at Tillietudlem in the year of grace 1651, and his most sacred Majesty was pleased to reply, drinking to my health at the same time in a flagon of Rhenish wine, 'Lady Margaret, ye speak like a Highland oracle.' These were his Majesty's very words, so that your lordship may judge whether I have not good authority to press young folk to partake of their vivers." It may be well supposed that much of the good lady's speech failed Lord Evandale's ears, which were then employed in listening for the light step of Edith. His absence of mind on this occasion, however natural, cost him very dear. While Lady Margaret was playing the kind hostess, a part she delighted and excelled in, she was interrupted by John Goodyiel, who, in the natural phrase for announcing an inferior to the mistress of a family, said, "There was one wanting to speak to her ladyship." "One? What one? Has he no name? Ye speak as if I kept a shop, and was to come at everybody's whistle." "Yes, he has a name," answered John, "but your ladyship likes ill to hear it." "What is it, you fool?" "It's Calf Gibbie, my lady," said John, in a tone rather above the pitch of decorous respect on which he occasionally trespassed, confiding in his merit as an ancient servant of the family and a faithful follower of their humble fortunes. "It's Calf Gibbie, and your ladyship will have it, that keeps Eddie Henshaw's kye down yonder at the Brig End. That's him that was Goose Gibbie at Tillietudlem, and goed to the Ropenshaw, and that—" "Hold your peace, John," said the old lady, rising in dignity. "You are very insolent to think I would speak with a person like that. Let him tell his business to you or Mrs. Hedrig." "He'll no hear of that, my lady. He says them that sent him bade him give the thing to your ladyship's own hand direct, or to Lord Evandale's. He wots no whilk. But to say the truth, he's far from fresh, and he's but an idiot an he were." "Then turn him out," said Lady Margaret, "and tell him to come back to morrow when he is sober. I suppose he comes to crave some benevolence as an ancient follower of the house." "Like enough, my lady, for he's all in rags, poor creature." Goodyiel made another attempt to get at Gibbie's commission, which was indeed of the last importance, being a few lines from Morton to Lord Evandale, acquainting him with the danger in which he stood from the practices of Oliphant, and exhorting him either to instant flight, or else to come to Glasgow and surrender himself where he could assure him of protection. This billet, hastily written, he entrusted to Gibbie, whom he saw feeding his herd beside the bridge, and backed with a couple of dollars his desire that it might instantly be delivered into the hand to which it was addressed. But it was decreed that Goose Gibbie's intermediation, whether as an emissary or as a man at arms, should be unfortunate to the family of Tillietudlem. He unluckily tarried so long at the alehouse to prove if his employer's coin was good, that when he appeared at Fairy Knowe, the little sense which nature had given him was effectually drowned in ale and brandy, and instead of asking for Lord Evandale, he demanded to speak with Lady Margaret, whose name was more familiar to his ear. Being refused admittance to her presence, he staggered away with the letter undelivered, perversely faithful to Morton's instructions in the only point in which it would have been well had he departed from them. A few minutes after he was gone, Edith entered the apartment. Lord Evandale and she met with mutual embarrassment, which Lady Margaret, who only knew in general that their union had been postponed by her granddaughter's indisposition, set down to the bashfulness of a bride and bridegroom, and to place them at ease, began to talk to Lady Emily on indifferent topics. At this moment Edith, with a countenance as pale as death, muttered, rather than whispered, to Lord Evandale a request to speak with him. He offered his arm, and supported her into the small anteroom, which, as we have noticed before, opened from the parlour. He placed her in a chair, and taking one himself, awaited the opening of the conversation. "I am distressed, my lord," were the first words she was able to articulate, and those with difficulty. "I scarce know what I would say, nor how to speak it." "If I have any share in occasioning your uneasiness," said Lord Evandale, mildly, "you will soon, Edith, be released from it." "You are determined, then, my lord," she replied, "to run this desperate course with desperate men, in spite of your own better reason, in spite of your friends' entreaties, in spite of the almost inevitable ruin which yawns before you." "Forgive me, Miss Bellenden, even your solicitude on my account must not detain me when my honour calls. My horses stand ready saddled. My servants are prepared. The signal for rising will be given so soon as I reach Kilsyth. If it is my fate that calls me, I will not shun meeting it. It will be something," he said, taking her hand, "to die deserving your compassion, since I cannot gain your love." "Oh, my lord, remain," said Edith, in a tone which went to his heart. "Time may explain the strange circumstance which has shocked me so much. My agitated nerves may recover their tranquillity. Oh, do not rush on death and ruin. Remain to be our prop and stay, and hope everything from time." "It is too late, Edith," answered Lord Evandale, "and I were most ungenerous could I practise on the warmth and kindliness of your feelings toward me. I know you cannot love me. Nervous distress, so strong as to conjure up the appearance of the dead or absent, indicates a predilection too powerful to give way to friendship and gratitude alone. But were it otherwise, the die is now cast." As he spoke thus, Cuddy burst into the room, terror and haste in his countenance. "Oh, my lord, hide yourself! They have beset the outlets of the house," was his first exclamation. "They? Who?" said Lord Evandale. "A party of horse, headed by Basil Oliphant," answered Cuddy. "Oh, hide yourself, my lord!" echoed Edith, in an agony of terror. "I will not, by heaven!" answered Lord Evandale. "What right has the villain to assail me or stop my passage? I will make my way, were he backed by a regiment. Tell Halliday and Hunter to get out the horses. And now farewell, Edith." He clasped her in his arms and kissed her tenderly. Then bursting from his sister, who with Lady Margaret endeavoured to detain him, rushed out and mounted his horse. All was in confusion. The women shrieked and hurried in consternation to the front windows of the house, from which they could see a small party of horsemen, of whom 2 only seemed soldiers. They were on the open ground before Cuddy's cottage at the bottom of the descent from the house, and showed caution in approaching it, as if uncertain of the strength within. "He may escape, he may escape," said Edith. "Oh, would he but take the by-road!" But Lord Evandale, determined to face a danger which his high spirit undervalued, commanded his servants to follow him, and rode composedly down the avenue. Old Goodyeal ran to arm himself, and Cuddy snatched down a gun which was kept for the protection of the house, and, although on foot, followed Lord Evandale. It was in vain his wife, who had hurried up on the alarm, hung by his shirts, threatening him with death by the sword or halter for meddling with other folks' matters. "Hand your peace, ye bitch," said Cuddy, "and that's braid Scotch, or I wotna what is. Is it either folks' matters to see Lord Evandale murdered before my face?" And down the avenue he marched. But considering on the way that he composed the whole infantry, as John Goodyeal had not appeared, he took his vantage ground behind the hedge, hammered his flint, cocked his piece, and taking a long aim at Laird Basil, as he was called, stood prompt for action. As soon as Lord Evandale appeared, Oliphant's party spread themselves a little, as if preparing to enclose him. Their leader stood fast, supported by 3 men, 2 of whom were dragoons, the third in dress and appearance a countryman, all well armed. But the strong figure, stern features, and resolved manner of the third attendant made him seem the most formidable of the party, and whoever had before seen him could have no difficulty in recognizing Balfour of Burleigh. "Follow me," said Lord Evandale to his servants, "and if we are forcibly opposed, do as I do." He advanced at a hand gallop towards Oliphant, and was in the act of demanding why he had thus beset the road, when Oliphant called out, "Shoot the traitor!" and the whole 4 fired their carabines upon the unfortunate nobleman. He reeled in the saddle, advanced his hand to the holster, and drew a pistol, but unable to discharge it, fell from his horse mortally wounded. His servants had presented their carabines. Hunter fired at random, but Halliday, who was an intrepid fellow, took aim at Inglis, and shot him dead on the spot. At the same instant, a shot from behind the hedge still more effectually avenged Lord Evandale, for the ball took place in the very midst of Basil Oliphant's forehead, and stretched him lifeless on the ground. His followers, astonished at the execution done in so short a time, seemed rather disposed to stand inactive, when Burleigh, whose blood was up with the contest, exclaimed, "Down with the Midianites!" and attacked Halliday sword in hand. At this instant the clatter of horses' hoofs was heard, and a party of horse, rapidly advancing on the road from Glasgow, appeared on the fatal field. They were foreign dragoons, led by the Dutch commandant Wittenbold, accompanied by Morton and a civil magistrate. A hasty call to surrender in the name of God and King William was obeyed by all except Burleigh, who turned his horse and attempted to escape. Several soldiers pursued him by command of their officer, but being well mounted, only the 2 headmost seemed likely to gain on him. He turned deliberately twice, and discharging first one of his pistols and then the other, rid himself of the one pursuer by mortally wounding him, and of the other by shooting his horse, and then continued his flight to Bothwell Bridge, where, for his misfortune, he found the gates shut and guarded. Turning from thence, he made for a place where the river seemed passable, and plunged into the stream, the bullets from the pistols and carabines of his pursuers whizzing around him. 2 balls took effect when he was past the middle of the stream, and he felt himself dangerously wounded. He reined his horse round in the midst of the river, and returned towards the bank he had left, waving his hand, as if with the purpose of intimating that he surrendered. The troopers ceased firing at him accordingly, and awaited his return, 2 of them riding a little way into the river to seize and disarm him. But it presently appeared that his purpose was revenge, not safety. As he approached the 2 soldiers, he collected his remaining strength, and discharged a blow on the head of one, which tumbled him from his horse. The other dragoon, a strong muscular man, had in the meanwhile laid hands on him. Burleigh, in requital, grasped his throat as a dying tiger seizes his prey, and both, losing the saddle in the struggle, came headlong into the river, and were swept down the stream. Their course might be traced by the blood which bubbled up to the surface. They were twice seen to rise, the Dutchman striving to swim, and Burleigh clinging to him in a manner that showed his desire that both should perish. Their corpses were taken out about 1/4 mile down the river. As Balfour's grasp could not have been unclenched without cutting off his hands, both were thrown into a hasty grave, still marked by a rude stone and a ruder epitaph. While the soul of this stern enthusiast flitted to its account, that of the brave and generous Lord Evandale was also released. Morton had flung himself from his horse upon perceiving his situation, to render his dying friend all the aid in his power. He knew him, for he pressed his hand, and being unable to speak, intimated by signs his wish to be conveyed to the house. This was done with all the care possible, and he was soon surrounded by his lamenting friends. But the clamorous grief of Lady Emily was far exceeded in intensity by the silent agony of Edith. Unconscious even of the presence of Morton, she hung over the dying man, nor was she aware that fate, who was removing one faithful lover, had restored another as if from the grave, until Lord Evandale, taking their hands in his, pressed them both affectionately, united them together, raised his face as if to pray for a blessing on them, and sunk back and expired in the next moment. Conclusion. I had determined to waive the task of a concluding chapter, leaving to the reader's imagination the arrangements which must necessarily take place after Lord Evandale's death. But as I was aware that precedents are wanting for a practice which might be found convenient both to readers and compilers, I confess myself to have been in a considerable dilemma, when, fortunately, I was honoured with an invitation to drink tea with Miss Martha Buskbody, a young lady who has carried on the profession of mantua making at Gandersclough, and in the neighbourhood with great success, for about 40 years. Knowing her taste for narratives of this description, I requested her to look over the loose sheets the morning before I waited on her, and enlighten me by the experience which she must have acquired in reading through the whole stock of 3 circulating libraries in Gandersclough, and the 2 next market towns. When, with a palpitating heart, I appeared before her in the evening, I found her much disposed to be complimentary. "I have not been more affected," said she, wiping the glasses of her spectacles, "by any novel, excepting the tale of Jemmy and Jenny Jessamy, which is indeed pathos itself. But your plan of omitting a formal conclusion will never do. You may be as harrowing to our nerves as you will in the course of your story, but unless you had the genius of the author of Julia de Robinde, Never let the end be altogether overclouded. Let us see a glimpse of sunshine in the last chapter. It is quite essential. Nothing would be more easy for me, madam, than to comply with your injunctions, for in truth the parties in whom you have had the goodness to be interested did live long and happily, and begot sons and daughters. It is unnecessary, sir, she said, with a slight nod of reprimand, to be particular concerning their matrimonial comforts. But what is your objection to let us have, in a general way, a glimpse of their future felicity? Really, madam, said I, you must be aware that every volume of a narrative turns less and less interesting as the author draws to a conclusion, just like your tea, which, though excellent hyson, is necessarily weaker and more insipid in the last cup. Now, as I think the one is by no means improved by the luscious lump of half-dissolved sugar usually found at the bottom of it, so I am of opinion that a history, growing already vapid, is but dully scratched up by a detail of circumstances which every reader must have anticipated, even though the author exhaust on them every flowery epithet in the language. This will not do, Mr. Pattison, continued the lady. You have, as I may say, basted up your first story very hastily and clumsily at the conclusion, and in my trade I would have cuffed the youngest apprentice who had put such a horrid and bungled spot of work out of her hand, and if you do not redeem this gross error by telling us all about the marriage of Morton and Edith, and what became of the other personages of the story, from Lady Margaret down to Goose Gibbie, I apprise you that you will not be held to have accomplished your task handsomely. Well, madam, I replied, my materials are so ample that I think I can satisfy your curiosity, unless it descend to very minute circumstances indeed. First, then, said she, for that is most essential, did Lady Margaret get back her fortune and her castle? She did, madam, and in the easiest way imaginable, as heir, namely, to her worthy cousin Basil Oliphant, who died without a will, and thus by his death not only restored, but even augmented the fortune of her whom during his life he had pursued with the most inveterate malice. John Goodyeal, reinstated in his dignity, was more important than ever, and Cuddy, with rapturous delight, entered upon the cultivation of the mains of Tillytudlem, and the occupation of his original cottage. But with the shrewd caution of his character, he was never heard to boast of having fired the lucky shot which repossessed his lady and himself in their original habitations. After all, he said to Jenny, who was his only confidant, old Basil Oliphant was my lady's cousin, and a grand gentleman, and though he was acting again the law, as I understand, for he never showed any warrant or required Lord Evandale to surrender, and though I mind killing him no more than I would do a muircock, yet it's just as well to keep a calm self about it. He not only did so, but ingeniously enough countenanced a report that old Goodyeal had done the deed, which was worth many a gill of brandy to him from the old butler, who, far different in disposition from Cuddy, was much more inclined to exaggerate than suppress his exploits of manhood. The blind widow was provided for in the most comfortable manner, as well as the little guide to the Lynn, and— But what is all this to the marriage of the principal personages? Interrupted Miss Buskbody, impatiently tapping her snuff-box. The marriage of Morton and Miss Bellenden was delayed for several months, as both went into deep mourning on account of Lord Evandale's death. They were then wedded. I hope not without Lady Margaret's consent, sir, said my fair critic. I love books which teach a proper deference in young persons to their parents. In a novel, the young people may fall in love without their countenance, because it is essential to the necessary intricacy of the story, but they must always have the benefit of their consent at last. Even old Delvile received Cecilia, though the daughter of a man of low birth. And even so, madam, replied I, Lady Margaret was prevailed on to countenance Morton, although the old Covenanter, his father, stuck sorely with her for some time. Edith was her only hope, and she wished to see her happy. Morton, or Melville Morton, as he was more generally called, stood so high in the reputation of the world, and was in every other respect such an eligible match, that she put her prejudice aside, and consoled herself with the recollection that marriage went by destiny, and was observed to her, she said, by his most sacred majesty, Charles II of happy memory, when she showed him the portrait of her grandfather Fergus, 3rd Earl of Torwood, the handsomest man of his time, and that of Countess Jane, his second lady, who had a humpback and only one eye. This was his Majesty's observation, she said, on one remarkable morning when he deigned to take his disjune. Nay, said Miss Buskbody, again interrupting me, if she brought such authority to countenance her acquiescing in a misalliance, there was no more to be said. And what became of old Mrs. What's-her-name, the housekeeper? Mrs. Wilson, madam, answered I. She was perhaps the happiest of the party, for once a year, and not oftener, Mr. and Mrs. Melvin Morton dined in the great wainscoted chamber in solemn state, the hangings being all displayed, the carpet laid down, and the huge brass candlestick set on the table stuck round with leaves of laurel. The preparing the room for this yearly festival employed her mind for 6 months before it came about, and the putting matters to rights occupied old Ellison the other 6, so that a single day of rejoicing found her business for all the year round. And Neil Blaine, said Miss Buskbody, lived to a good old age, drank ale and brandy with guests of all persuasions, played Whig or Jacobite tunes as best pleased his customers, and died worth as much money as married Jenny to a cock-laird. I hope, ma'am, you have no other inquiries to make, for really— Goose Gibbey, sir, said my persevering friend. Goose Gibbey, whose ministry was fraught with such consequences to the personages of the narrative. Consider, my dear Miss Buskbody, I beg pardon for the familiarity, but pray consider, even the memory of the renowned Scheherazade, that empress of tale-tellers, could not preserve every circumstance. I am not quite positive as to the fate of Goose Gibbey, but am inclined to think him the same with one Gilbert Dudden, alias Calf Gibbey, who was whipped through Hamilton for stealing poultry. Miss Buskbody now placed her left foot on the fender, crossed her right leg over her knee, lay back on the chair, and looked towards the ceiling. When I observed her assume this contemplative mood, I concluded she was studying some farther cross-examination, and therefore took my hat and wished her a hasty good night, ere the demon of criticism had supplied her with any more queries. In like manner, gentle reader, returning you my thanks for the patience which has conducted you thus far, I take the liberty to withdraw myself from you for the present. Peroration. It was mine earnest wish, most courteous reader, that the tales of my landlord should have reached thine hands in one entire succession of tomes or volumes, but as I sent some few more manuscript queries containing the continuation of these most pleasing narratives, I was apprised, somewhat unceremoniously, by my publisher that he did not approve of novels, as he injuriously called these real histories, extending beyond 4 volumes, and if I did not agree to the first 4 being published separately, he threatened to decline the article. Oh, ignorance! As if the vernacular article of our mother English were capable of declension. Whereupon, somewhat moved by his remonstrances, and more by heavy charges for print and paper, which he stated to have been already incurred, I have resolved that these 4 volumes shall be the heralds or avant couriers of the tales which are yet in my possession, nothing doubting that they will be eagerly devoured, and the remainder anxiously demanded, by the unanimous voice of a discerning public. I rest, esteemed reader, thine as thou shalt construe me, Jedediah Cleishbotham, Ganderclough, November 15th, 1816. End of chapter 23. End of Old Mortality by Sir Walter Scott.